I just would like to welcome everyone to the 2022 Jyotish Transit Summit. This is an online astrological event where different Jyotisha from all around the world get together to discuss some very exciting impact of the transits on this upcoming year. Many interesting topics are going to be discussed, including specific planets, elaborations on what's coming for the year, speed, and we're going to go through some of the Nakshatras as well. So it's going to be a very exciting discussion. And first, I would like to get started just by doing some chants to just kind of invoke the energy, kind of ground us all into the space today. So first, I would like to start with the chant to Ganesh, then Saraswati, then the Eternal Guru, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. And then I'm going to do a chant to the sun. Today is Sunday for our event, and a chant to my guru, Amritananda Mayama, or Amaji. So we'll just tap into the bhava for a little bit. Om Gananam Tva Ganapatim Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamashravastamam Jaistarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspatanas Rinbanu Tibihi Siddhasadanam Vakratanda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakayeshu Sarvara Siddhi Buddhi Shakti Sahita Shriman Kṣaṇāti Pataye Namo Namaha Nirvignam Kuru Om Ya Kundendu Tusharahara Tavala Ya Shurvavasravrata Ya Vina Varadanda Mandi Thakara Ya Sveda Padmasana Ya Brahma Guru Shankara Pravratir Vihir Devai Sada Vandita Saman Batu Saraswati Bhagavati Nisheshaja Japaha Om Guru Brahman Gurur Visnahur Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guruhu Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Om Dabakasuma Sankasham Kashapaya Mahatim Tamarim Sarvapapanganam Sapaktasri Davakaram Om Dabakasuma Sankasham Kashapaya Mahadutim Tamarim Sarvapapanganam Pranatasmi Davakaram Om Dabakasuma Sankasham Kashapaya Mahadutim Tamarim Sarvapapanganam Pranatasmi Davakaram Om Ram Hrim Ram Sahasuryaya Namaha 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 Om Twameva Matacha Pitta Twameva Twameva Bandhucha Saka Twameva Twameva Vijja Dravanam Twameva Twameva Sarvam Amriteshwari Namaha Twameva Sarvam Amriteshwari Namaha Twameva Sarvam Amriteshwari Namaha Hari Om Om Namah Shivaya Namaste. Thank you all for sharing that space with me. And first, I would like to lead us off today. My friend and deeply respected colleague, Visti Larsen, is going to be discussing Sikhi Pratipad Chakra. So Visti, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kṣaṇāti. I prepared something, a few slides. So if you permit, I'll just be sharing them with you all. And let's see if I can get that off the ground. Here we go.
Excellent.
Here's hoping you can see something I presented. Can you see some slides, everyone? Kṣaṇāti, is it all good?
Yes, it looks excellent.
Oh, glad to hear. Thank you very much. And so, Shiki Pratipad Chakra. And thank you for having me to do this, Kṣaṇāti. It's a pleasure to be able to present this. Parts of it is traditional teaching, and a little bit of it, very tiny bit of it, is a bit of research I've been working on. And what I'll be presenting today is 4 topics. And yes, I know, Kṣaṇāti, I don't have 4 hours or 3 hours or so much more, but I have some of these topics I wish to show on how we go about looking at the year ahead. Now, the topics that we'll be covering are actually all related to just examining the new moon chart that's going to be upon us when the sun and moon join in Pisces during the new moon. That is what we call Shiki Pratipad. Pratipad refers to the first day after the culmination of the new moon, which means exactly when sun and moon are exactly joined at the same degree. We refer to this during the month of Chaitra. This Chaitra month is the time when sun and moon join in Pisces. Some of you are going to ask, why not in Aries, right? Why not in Aries if Aries is supposed to be the first sign? Well, we call this time Vasant. Vasant is the season, the Ritu, of consisting of 2 solar months, namely the solar month of Pisces and the solar month of Aries. And we say that the Divine Mother begins to create the year and the results of the year when the sun and moon join in Pisces. Her name during this time is specifically Rati Devi. And what she gives to the world is Kṣaṇāti. So the extent of how much peace the world is going to have is based on the sun and moon's conjunction in Pisces. Now, in our birth chart, this same sun and moon conjunction or sun and moon conjunction, or you could say, if we leave it aside, just seeing your birth chart, the same first house Aries and 12th house Pisces is responsible for our creation and the extent of our peace in our lives. So this is a sort of macro view of what is going to happen to the world, whereas in your own birth chart, you can see your own sense of what your life is about from the 12th and first house. So it's that idea that we are placing into this. That's what we learn in the tradition. Now, to do this, we need 4 topics to do this properly. You see, some of you know that when this sun and moon conjunction happens in Pisces, it is also the beginning of what we call the Vasant Navratri. All right? Now, most people know of the Navratri happening 6 months later when the sun and moon join in Virgo. All right? That's what we call the, what is the word we would use appropriately for it? The season is Sharad. So Sharad Navratri happens at that time. But we're not interested in that. We're interested in Vasant Navratri. And the reason is because the Sharad Navratri has a completely different significance for the year. It is the time when we have to be getting the Divine Mother's blessings to take us through what we call the night of the gods. The day of the gods begins here in just 6 days' time when the sun enters Capricorn. Then all the devas wake up. And the blessing for us to stay with the blessings of the devatas happens when the sun enters Aries, we say. So that's the 4th sign they're from. Similarly, all the devas go to sleep when the sun enters Cancer, and then the midnight of the devas happens when the sun is in Libra. And at that time, we wake up the Divine Mother just before that in Virgo to keep us going, to keep us happy, and to keep the positives of our lives continuous until the gods wake up again in Capricorn. So you can see that sunrise in Capricorn. I'm sorry, somebody interrupted. So the sunrise of the gods, the waking up is in Capricorn. Their midday is in Cancer, Aries. their sunset is in Cancer, their midnight is in Libra. So what we're studying is the day of the gods when we study this, and how much of blessings we get from that day, the blessings of the gods coming from the sun-moon conjunction in Pisces. But just before this happens, there's something called Panchaka. And this is what we're going to study first. And so it's, in essence, it's like saying, if the sun and moon conjunction in Pisces is the beginning of the year, there's something which precedes that, which influences that year, and that's called Panchaka. So we will study that first. Then Navratri itself, the Chaitra Navratri, where Durga enters our lives and showers her blessings. We have to see how she enters and which blessings they are. Then when she leaves, what is she leaving us with? Because she won't stay. She's going to leave. And then we'll study Mesha Sankranti, which is really important for the individual nations. So we're going to do this at a nation level, world level to some extent. So first, Panchaka. Panchaka happens whenever the moon enters Aquarius. Whenever. So it'll happen every month. But if you imagine that Panchaka is supposed to happen when the moon enters Aquarius, and it affects everything that happens until it leaves Pisces. So that means for 5 days, there is something called Panchaka. What does this mean? So in India, there's a statement, don't start any muhurta during Panchaka. So once a month for 5 days, you can't start anything new. There's a risk, at least if you do. There's a statement that if somebody dies during Panchaka, you could expect 5 more deaths in the family. So whatever happens during Panchaka might multiply 5 times. So this is something we are very, very attentive of in Muhurta and everything. You don't always have to be worried about Panchaka. It depends on the day in which the moon enters Aquarius. Now, if you imagine that this is going to be affecting everything that happens from moon entering Aquarius till it leaves Pisces, and we just said the sun-moon conjunction in Pisces affects the year, then the whole year is going to be affected by Panchaka. As if the muhurta for the year is affected by something that happens before the year starts. Okay? So this is what Panchaka is all about. Now, what I'm going to show you is that there are certain names for when the moon enters Aquarius. And if this happens just before the new moon in Pisces, the whole year is affected just by that. And if it happens that moon enters Aquarius on a Sunday, so you have to find the exact day when it enters. Okay? The exact degree when its sign changes there, what is the day? Now, this day will be for your location. You shouldn't just choose New Delhi. If you live in Washington, please use Washington. Okay? If you live in a different location, please use that, because it can be that the day is different depending on your location. Because the moon will enter at the same time, but where you are will tell you which weekday it is on the globe. So if it happens on a Sunday, there will be disease affecting the whole year. If it happens on Monday, Raja problems. Raja means problems from government. Okay? Problems from politicians will be there. If it happens on a Tuesday, now you can hear, we've already gone Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and they were all bad. Tuesday causes Agni problems, problems with fire. So what does this imply? Forest fire? Devastation? Think California recently. That's Agni problems. It can also be litigation problems, excuse me. If it happens on a Friday, we skipped a few, right? So that means Wednesday and Thursday are fine. But if it happens on a Friday, there's problems from theft. So the country experiences issues with corruption and theft, stealing. And if it happens on a Saturday, Mrityu is expected. That means there could be many deaths, lots of disease, I should interpret it as well. So it need not be that there's a higher mortality rate. There could just be an excess of disease and illness. And what I did was I said, let's try this to see what was going on in China in 2020. Let's just try, see what happens. So I have this nice app called Deva.Guru, and you can clip out Panchanga portions of it. And you will notice here that the moon entered Aquarius in the year 2020, on the 21st, I think this is March, and on that day, it was a Saturday. Okay, it was a Saturday. And this was specifically for Beijing. I calculated for Beijing only. So what are we expecting that Beijing will experience for the entire 2020? They will experience Mrityu Panchaka. All right? Mrityu Panchaka is happening. And the problem is coming from Saturn. So already now we know, goodness, China, you're running into a problem. Okay? You're going to have it hard in 2020. And that's when we all discovered that there was something called COVID from China. They knew it was earlier, but it didn't start affecting them until after this New Year chart had been drawn or after it had occurred. All right? So now, what is the use of this information? Can we go one step further and check on this? So on the right, what I've drawn is, this is, excuse me, I shouldn't have clicked. There we are. On the right, this is a chart for the new moon when it occurred in Pisces. So the moon entered Aquarius earlier on a certain weekday. It was a Saturday, but I'm interested in how it'll affect the year when the sun-moon conjunction happens in Pisces, exact conjunction. I want the exact event. And it was Saturday that was bothering the year because the moon entered Aquarius on a Saturday. So I'm going to check Saturn in this chart and see if we can diagnose where's the problem happening. How is it affecting China? Because this chart is for the entire year of China. And we noticed that Saturn is in the sixth house with Mars. So if we thought Saturn already was negative to have as what we call Mrityu Panchaka, Saturn-Mars conjunction is called Yama Yoga. So this is suddenly a scale higher than normal. It's not just that there was a season with a bit more flu in China. Okay? It wasn't just that there was suddenly a large amount of elderly who passed, leaving a gap in the structure of the country. It was Yama, which means there is a higher risk of disease. Now, I am very interested in who it's affecting, because if it doesn't affect the fourth house, then it doesn't affect the country. And so, in this case, Mars is the fourth lord involved in this. And so, therefore, we can say, yes, Panchaka really does have an effect on China during this year. So that was step one. Panchaka. In a minute, we'll use all of these four principles. So I'm going to go to the next one, and I'll show you how that works. So Vasant Navratri. The reference we have to using the Navratri to predict events of the year is from the Devi Puran. But don't ask me to find the shloka for you, because I tried. I found a shloka, supposedly referenced to the Devi Puran. But when trying to scan through the Devi Puran, I didn't find the exact place where it was written. So bear with me, I don't exactly know where this shloka comes from. I'm not even sure it's from the Devi Puran. It could be that it was referenced to Devi Puran, but its actual reference is somewhere else. Now, what this is going to tell us is, again, something similar to the Panchaka. Only at this stage, we're going to check the actual event of the weekday when the sun-moon conjunction occurred. And in this, we learn that when the sun and moon conjoin, exact degree, in Pisces, the weekday it occurs on is the beginning of Navratri. Usually they will start the celebration from the day after, because practically they want the sunrise to be with the first Tithi. Sometimes you can have that the sunrise happens before the Tithi occurs, maybe just an hour or 2 hours before. So then everything is pushed to the day after, the weekday after. So these things can happen, all right? But the point is that you're interested in, as astrologers, what is the exact weekday that it happens on, regardless of when the celebration begins. So if it occurred on 8 a.m. after sunrise on a Tuesday, Tuesday is the day that Devi entered. You just don't start the celebrations till the day after, when the sunrise was with the first Tithi, namely Wednesday. But Devi entered on a Tuesday. She did. She has arrived. She has begun to shower her blessings on the world, and she is arriving on a vehicle. She rides either an elephant, Hasti, if this occurs on a Sunday or Monday. She can arrive on a horse, Ashva, if it's on a Saturday or a Tuesday. So I wrote Saturn Mars here. If she arrives on a dola. Now, dola literally means swing, but most people translate this as palanquin because it's hard to ride a swing. You can ride it, but you're not going anywhere. You're staying in the same place. So people translate this as palanquin because a palanquin you could be carried on. And that happens on either a Thursday or a Friday. And if she arrives in a boat, Nava, then it's likely because it was on a Wednesday. So if it's Wednesday, it's boat. And the effect of this is what I've given in parentheses here. If it's Hasti, Sunday or Monday, heavy rains will happen. Very nice for the world, nice for the country. If it's on a horse, fall of a king. The word is Chatrabhanga. Chatrabhanga. Okay? We normally say it's the royals who are falling. And because the symbol, Chatra, is of the umbrella, so it's a royal emblem, we call that symbol. It's also an emblem of the gurus. So it can be both ways. Dola, palanquin, causes marana, is the statement given. And it's also referred to that there can be lots of deaths around, hence the word pandemic. And there's only one good weekday of these you can hear, and this is on a Wednesday. All right. I'm sorry, Tuesday and Monday and Sunday are also very good. So we have two, which are great. Somebody is drawing on my screen. How did that happen? And that's cool, but didn't realize. Okay. Now, let me see here. Now, what the chart I have drawn here is for the Mexico swine flu. Actually, it was all over the world, H1N1 virus. It was in 2009, but it was first discovered in Mexico. And this occurred during a Thursday. So does it make sense? Thursday, Jupiter, yes, there can be a pandemic occurring during this time. All right. Now, so it works. This is how we use the information. We can actually measure what's going on using the Chaitra Pratipad Chakra. This is what Devi was arriving with. To do this properly, we should also examine when Devi left. And she also leaves on a vehicle. Now, this occurs during another very important celebration, Ram Navami. Ram Navami is the end of the spring Navratri. It's the last day of that Navratri. And during this time, we examine what is the weekday that it occurred on. And we have some new vehicles that Devi can be riding to leave on. So she leaves with some vehicle. And we have here that Sunday and Monday are again in the same group. But now the vehicle is called Mahisha, which is a buffalo. If it's Saturday or Tuesday, it's Kukuta, which refers to a rooster. All right, a rooster. If it's a Wednesday or Friday, it is on an elephant that she leaves on, She leaves on this. Hasti. Now notice here that earlier Jupiter and Venus were together, and now it's Mercury, Venus. So there's a slight difference in the grouping when she leaves. And so if she leaves on a Thursday, she is riding a human being, Manusya. Okay? So these gods also can treat us like they would the animals, by the way. All right? They are higher than human beings. Anyway. Now, what I did was I was interested to test, could we see what happened the last time there was a major pandemic? And this was before the swine flu. There was something called the Russian flu. Maybe you remember, maybe you think, Visti, you mean the Spanish flu. No, there was a Russian flu also. It affected many people and usually kids. And this was in 1977. And when we examined this, we noticed that this their annual Ram Navami in Moscow in 1977 occurred on a Monday. And we notice here that this is the Mahisha, causing disease and grief. It worked. It really works. That's what was happening to Russia. They really got hit hard by what we call the Russian flu. It didn't come from Russia. They were just the ones who announced it. They found out it came from China, and there was a little examination of it, and suddenly it mutated in Russia and became something different. And then it became a problem. So that's Ram Navami. So that comes to show that these celebrations we have during the year, these puja dates, are actually important muhurtas for what's happening in the world. We can also do similar things and make similar predictions based on the other Navratri happening when Sun and Moon join in Virgo. But they don't affect the whole year. They affect only this last part of the year, the last 6 months. Now, the last bit is Mesha Sankranti. This one is very important because even if the whole world is being affected by Panchaka, or at least half the world is being affected by Panchaka, and the Chaitra Pratipad, the entry of Devi, and the Ram Navami, the leaving of Devi, okay? Even if the whole world is affected by that, Mesha Sankranti has a very specific impact on what the country is doing. So this one is the most important. But take a few steps back. When we examine Mesha Sankranti, I'm still going to draw the chart for the Sun and Moon's conjunction in Pisces. I don't need to know the chart for when Sun entered Aries. I only need to know the weekday it occurred on. All right? Just the weekday. And take the Lord of that weekday and use back in the Sun-Moon chart of Sun and Moon joined in Pisces. So that Sun-Moon chart in Pisces, therefore, drawn for every specific country, is the vital chart for the whole year. And everything I do after that is just picking up which planets are relevant to see in that chart. I'm picking up the Panchaka's weekday. I'm picking up the Navratri's weekdays. All right? We even have methods of looking at the sun's entry into Cancer and Libra and picking up their weekdays for different offices in the government which are responsible for different things. For example, the treasury is governed by the Sankranti when the sun enters Taurus. Medicine is governed by the weekday that the sun enters Cancer. How is the medical system doing? Okay. Business is governed by the weekday the sun enters Libra, and so on. There are different facets of the year. But it's still going to be seen, all examined in the same new moon chart in Pisces. It all comes back to that each time. Now, here things get a bit quirky. All right? Because everything that I've shared so far is from the Puran. But this Mesha Sankranti comes from our Jyotish books. So let me tell you what it says. So what we do is we check again when sun enters Aries, and when sun enters into Aries, find the weekday. That weekday will have a certain result. For example, I wanted to see why did India have such trouble in May of 2021 due to a lack of hospital resources and the mass amount of people who were being infected with COVID at the time. Can we make out why that was? I must give credit to India. India's mortality rates did not rise in 2021. I did the research. But in May, it went fivefold. And then it dropped below even that, much below their normal rate for the rest of the year. Okay? But nevertheless, it was a serious pressure on the medical system. That's what was really going on. And for many families that were affected by it. So let's check here. In this, we expect if the weekday that the Sankranti happens is either a Monday, Thursday, or Friday, it's great. The rest are not. According to the text we have some Hittas who say this, Kalprakashika also says this. Now, if it was on a Tuesday, then the prediction is little rain, trouble by thieves and fire, kings will have daggers drawn. Some people will say that happens every year, Visti. What's that about? Maybe the rain part is different. Okay, but this doesn't work straight. It doesn't. And therefore, we need to add something from the tradition. And that is, when you look at the rulers of the various Sankrantis, and here the most important one is the one which happens when the sun enters Aries. That one is having an effect on what is the prime minister and the president and all the high-placed officials spending most of their energy on. What are their main policies about? What do they have to spend all their focus on? This is only going to be governed by, in this chart, for India, by the planet Mars. And Mars in this, the tradition teaches, when you examine the weekday, don't look for its placement, don't look so much at every part of its lordship, focus only on the Mula Trikona of that planet. So if this was a weekday of Tuesday, Mars, look at Aries. So if I say, I think that during 2021, India is going to spend a lot of its energy on the 12th house. Hospitals, medicine, medical system. That would be the prediction. So when we look at the Mesha Sankranti, we can quickly see this is what's going on. This is the focus. Some will say, Visti, did you miss that there is an exchange between Mars and Venus in this chart? No, I didn't. But I wanted to make this easy. Just look at its Multrikona anyway, because that's what's going to be the focus of the year. Now, giving you these examples, I want to show you, now that I've introduced how they work, I want to show you how we can see the year ahead. Doing proper justice to the subject we have at hand, coming from India, it's only appropriate we start this with the focus on New Delhi coming from 2022. And we notice the following things coming up. In the Panchaka, it is a Monday. This is called Raja Panchaka, government problems. Somebody will say, Visti, when does India not have government problems? But no, this year you're going to deal with government problems. The other years, you were just expecting it. Now you're dealing with it. Okay? So this is something that's going to be a focus. Many countries in the world will have this, by the way, in 2022, as I'll show in the next few slides. The Sankranti happens on a Thursday. Now, this one is going to be the focus of India in 2022. Now, what did we say earlier? Jupiter's the Lord. I've given the prediction, virtuous, academic, prosperous. Never mind that for now. What does Jupiter Lord in the 2022 chart? What is its Multrikona specifically? It is Sagittarius. This is a quadrant, a Kendra. So I'm going to say, India, congratulations. You're coming out of a very difficult phase and you're going to enjoy a very, very nice phase. 2022 is brilliant. Congrats. Okay? Because it shows the country and the officials will spend all their time on topics of their, what we call their alliances, foreign alliances, neighbors. And they're going to be, it's Jupiter. So they're going to be speaking of how to ensure the most peace, how to have the most benefit, how to make the best agreements, how to have the most prosperity. And Jupiter and Venus are joined, which is a very nice yoga for the year. So congratulations, India. This is very nice compared to your previous year. Okay. The Vasant Pratipad is on a Friday. Oh, we didn't get fully out of COVID, right? There's still pandemic going on. But it's not the focus anymore. See the difference? Now it's not the focus. It's there. It's in the background. Durga says, yes, we have to deal with it. But it's not the focus anymore. The focus is on prosperity. The Navami is happening on a Saturday. There is still sorrow and pain going here and there in the world, and also for India. But it's not the focus anymore. It's still a big congratulations because other countries will share the topic of Panchaka and Navratri, but they will not necessarily share the Sankranti. So for India, this is a pleasant upliftment. Now, let me show you another slide here. This is for London. So if I start scanning westward little by little, you will start noticing a slight difference that occurs in the countries that we'll depict. So London is, I could say UK because it's the capital of England. So Monday, they are also going to have Raja Panchaka. They're also having government problems. They're also having pandemic. They're also having sorrow and pain. So a lot of the world is still dealing with this. But for London, the Kṣaṇāti happens on a Wednesday, different from India. Okay? Usually for the countries more westward, there's a bigger chance of the Kṣaṇāti happening on the day before. Now, that's purely astronomical. So Wednesday, let's see what is Virgo in this chart for the UK. It's 6th house. That's not pleasant. This means the UK is definitely dealing with some problems. Whenever you get 6th, 8th, and 12th house in this chart, think Saturn, think disease, think problems, think pandemic. Okay? So the UK is not getting out of this problem easily. India is out, UK is still in. Sorry to UK. Wish you a better year. And going further to this, if we now check for Washington, here's Washington, D.C., and we find that they're also having Raja Panchaka. I'm sure that there are many Republicans screaming that the Democrats are causing trouble. What to do? All right. And we see that the Pratipad happened on a Thursday. Now this is different, but it still has the same effect. Friday and Thursday have the same effect, pandemic. It is also happening on a Saturday. There's still sorrow and pain. But let us see the Kṣaṇāti now and see its lordship. This is on a Wednesday, just like the UK, but the house is different. Virgo is different here. Virgo is the 10th house. Lots of prosperity is coming to the US. So they're still dealing with a lot of disease issues, and there's now a big focus on big government and what they're doing. But there's a lot of prosperity coming to Washington. I should rather say there's a big focus on prosperity. I don't think the US is going to get out of this, is going to get to be able to avoid the problems associated with Mercury debilitated in the 4th house in Marnakarkstana. So there's a big focus on prosperity, but they are running into problems in creating that prosperity. Here is, I would say, there's a focus on creating jobs and creating prosperity in the US, but they are running into difficulties. So Kṣaṇāti, this is your country, wishing you the best. And I would say that I'm just hoping you don't have to go out and look for a job, and I hope you can keep whatever you're doing going. All right, because it's not a very nice time to be at the whims of the government's needs in matters of a career at present, according to this. In essence, they are trying to create jobs, but many people will complain that those are not fitting. Now, having said this, then I'm going to say I should be closing a bit now, but before I do so, who would like to know anything about their country? Maybe you don't live in the UK, like me, I don't. I live in Denmark. Maybe you don't live in the US. Maybe you don't live in India. Maybe somebody wants to know what's going on in Moscow this year. So I'm at a website called deva.guru, and I really like it because I can quickly see the Panchanga. These are the dates. This is the calendar. And I see that the Vasant Navratri is here marked as being on 2nd of April, but S1 is when the Tithi occurs. So you see that 9/24, that's the exact date when the sun and moon join in Pisces. So let me open that and open a new chart. And whilst it's loading, I will just find when did the Kṣaṇāti occur in Moscow. And let's see, when does the sun enter? Maybe I can make it out easily. Pisces, 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 Pisces. Here, it's just the first day. So the sun enters Aries here. That's a Thursday. So I'm going to see Jupiter in the new moon chart. This is the chart. So this is the chart for Moscow. Jupiter is the one governing this. Jupiter's Motrikona is Sagittarius. Hey, this looks exactly like India's chart with the difference in the degrees of the ascendant. So I can now say that Russia and India are going to both be enjoying a lot more prosperity. The focus is no longer on the pandemic. The focus is on prosperity for Russia. All right. Thank you, Kṣaṇāti. I hope I've done justice to this. I hope I didn't spend too long. I see a lot of requests for different parts of the globe, may I say. Please go to deva.guru, put in your location if it doesn't find it on its own. And somebody's joking, can they see just for Texas? Of course you can. What do you consider the capital of Texas? Is that Austin? Is that Dallas? What is that? I forget. Use that location. Go into deva.guru, look up the exact two things. You want to know your Kṣaṇāti, you want to know the chart for the new moon, and you'll be able to depict what's happening just for that state as well, just alone. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Visti Ji. What an incredible elaboration, bringing so many different elements of our science into understanding the effect on different countries. Just fascinating, and gives us a lot of tools to kind of understand what's happening specific to where we are. After each presentation, I give the other panelists an opportunity to either ask a brief question or any kind of comment that they would like. So just, is there any of the fellow panelists here who would like to ask Visti Ji any questions or comment on his presentation before we move on?
Kṣaṇāti, thank you so much, Visti Ji. That was just so clear. Thank you.
Namaste.
You, namaste.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
Okay, excellent. So next we will, I'm going to present my topic quickly. As mentioned earlier, I currently am positive with the coronavirus, and sometimes my energy wavers. So I would just like to get my presentation presented. It's not too long, but I wanted to discuss Jupiter's transit for 2022. I'm very excited to share this with all of you. Just give me one moment. Okay, excellent. So as we kind of look into Jupiter's transit, I first wanted to discuss what are the significant dates that, can everyone hear me, by the way? Okay, excellent. I just wanted to discuss some different significant dates that are happening. And I like to kind of focus on karmic evolution when I discuss a transit. So what are kind of the vibrations when this planet hits this nakshatra or these series of nakshatras, as it kind of moves through these different nakshatras, what kind of evolution, what kind of lessons, what kind of karmas are trying to manifest and work through in our lives? You know, a lot of times when we look at transits, we think of in terms of, in generalizations, it's either good or it's bad, but it's not quite so black and white like that. It really has to do with kind of whether we move with the evolutionary or the higher energies of these planets, grahas, and nakshatras, as they are attempting to move through us and work through our karmas. So these are just some significant dates that I have laid out here. From January 3rd, which is currently active, until about early March 2nd, we're having Jupiter transiting through Satsubishaka nakshatra. Around March 2nd through April 29th, it will be going direct through Purvabhadrapada nakshatra. Then towards the end of April through the summer till July 29th, it'll be going direct through Uttarbhadrapada. And then on July 29th, around the end of July, we're having a Vakri, a retrograde movement of Jupiter, in which it'll be going retrograde through Uttarbhadrapada till about the November, till the end of the year. Then we have this final direct transit, direct in Uttarbhadrapada, from November 2nd through February 24th into the beginning of next year. So we're seeing this kind of transit from Aquarius through the Pisces, Rashi, into these different nakshatras of Satsubishaka, Purvabhadrapada, and Uttarbhadrapada. Now, just a little bit of a discussion on what I'd like to share about Jupiter and Satsubishaka nakshatra. Some of the things I want to elaborate is that when Jupiter is interacting with Satsubishaka, its ruler is Rahu, planetary wise, and the devata of Satsubishaka is Sri Varuna Deva. This is a very powerful, powerful Devata connected to Satsubishaka. And this is a transit which is impacting my natal chart quite significantly, as I am a Satsubishaka Rahu ascendant. So this is Jupiter having a direct transit on my ascendant nakshatra as well as my natal Rahu. So this is impacting my chart quite significantly. What I want to say about Devata Varuna is it establishes a strong light versus dark scenario. So it's like, you know, the good and the evil, the light versus the dark, the positive versus the negative, the duality, right? And as Jupiter enters this nakshatra, sometimes we understand Satsubishaka as 100 flowers, 100 medicines, but I like to see the other side of it too, which is 100 poisons or 100 toxins. The common statement that one man's meat is another man's poison is heavily integrated within this nakshatra of Satsubishaka. So the question is, which one will you choose as we begin to hit this transit? This can either be a very favorable time if we align towards a healthy lifestyle. Abstaining from physical toxins like drugs and alcohol can encourage this kind of healing and wholesomeness that we can experience as the healing energy of Satsubishaka. But we must abstain from emotional toxins as well. Not every toxin manifests in a physical way through unhealthy eating habits or dravya, substance. Sometimes these toxic energies can come forth in our interactions, our priorities, how we spend our time. Perfect example is a codependent relationship. This is an example of a toxic energy which we can experience in our lives. It's not always so material, this toxin. Varuna Devata, it also has a strong kind of influence over the concept of Maya or illusion. And this is a term which we hear a lot in the Vedic community. But when it comes to the astrological understanding here, it takes on a little bit of a different vibe. We must understand that as Jupiter moves through this nakshatra, we have the power to break through Maya or illusion in our lives, because sometimes Maya or illusion, there's an objective Maya or illusion, but there's also the things that we lie to ourselves about in our lives. The things that we say, okay, this is something that we participate in, but it's not sattvic, it's tamasic, it's bringing me down, but I tell myself that it's okay for whatever reason. This is the Maya or illusion that we experience in our lives. The guru, Jupiter, is bringing the light, is bringing the clarity, is bringing the awareness to it, right? So we may still, you know, take a specific actions once we are kind of revealed. What is this kind of weakness? What is this toxin? What is this kind of flaw? Jupiter is giving us the power to kind of bring awareness and clarity to what is our weakness? What is our addiction? What is our compulsion? What is the area in our life that we need to improve to kind of be connected to our guru self, the higher vibrational sattvic energy within ourself? That's this Jupiter and Satsubishaka energy. We still must take specific actions, though, once we are revealed this kind of issue that we're having, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can understand you have a problem, you know, with substance, with an unhealthy relationship, with a bad habit, with a poor allocation of priorities in your life. You can understand that it's an issue, but until you take proper steps to kind of remedy that, to improve it, you're not awakening to that Jupiter guru vibration within yourself as Jupiter kind of transits through Satsubishaka. So I think through a set of consequences or extenuating circumstances, basically challenges in our life, you know, consequences of our negative actions, the folly in our ways will be revealed to us, right? So we'll understand, okay, well, due to this codependent relationship, I'm now hurt, I'm now caused a lot of pain in myself. Through my use of alcohol or drugs, I'm now causing a negative impact on my life, on the life of others, right? Sometimes we try to avoid consequences, but I think this Jupiter and Satsubishaka energy actually brings pain so that healing can occur later, right? Sometimes we need consequences in our life in order to make great changes. And this is something that I really think this transit is hitting on. So it is still within our power and our free will to make the right decisions moving forward, to not face similar consequences of participating with this Maya in our individual life. So again, is Jupiter in Satsubishaka a good or a bad transit? I don't think it's that simple. The question is, what's your weakness? What's your flaw? What's your toxin? What's the poison that you're putting into your body physically? What's the poison that you're putting into your body spiritually? What's getting in the way of your connection with the higher power of your understanding? What's separating you from God? And can you find it within yourself due to a set of consequences to kind of change this lifestyle and align to the higher guru vibration within yourself? Because I think this transit has helped setting up that potential. So around March 2nd, then we're going to be having Jupiter moving into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. What's interesting about Jupiter's transit is that this is actually the briefest transit of Jupiter through all the nakshatras of 2022. So it's really only like a month and a half, 2-month transit. And relative to the other nakshatras, it's kind of brief. So how can we tap into this energy? Because it's an opportunity to kind of really start to experience the evolutionary benefits if we've kind of aligned to some of the energies that were presented to us during the Jupiter and Satsubishaka. So Jupiter will be interacting with Purva Bhadrapada ruler Jupiter. So Jupiter will be in its own nakshatra, and Devata of Purva Bhadrapada is Sri Aja Ekapada. This deity is one of the forms of Rudra Devata, the fierce form of Lord Shiva. This transit is where we have an opportunity to see the work we put in during Jupiter's transit in Satsubishaka pay off for either a good or bad, depending on the efforts we put forth. So actually, when Jupiter gets to Purva Bhadrapada, you're either going to get a boon of positive energy because you've put in the work to heal and align to that higher vibration in yourself, or you're going to experience a severed spiritual connection. Because if you have an opportunity to heal, if you have an opportunity to connect to this higher vibration within yourself, but you don't do it, you're going to experience what I call spiritual bankruptcy. This transit of Jupiter in Purva Bhadrapada is an opportunity to experience either direct connection with the higher power of your understanding because you've put in the work to become more sattvic and aligned to the higher vibration within yourself, or you're going to experience spiritual bankruptcy here. Again, I put the power in the native. So the Purva Bhadrapada is a gate of our consciousness development, as I like to say it, and the faith we begin to have in a higher power of our understanding. If the native took necessary steps to eradicate toxicity and bad habits out of their life during Satsubishaka, then it will begin to develop with an evolved state of consciousness and connection to your higher power during this transit. So as soon as March comes around, if you put in the work in January and February, you're going to start to experience a higher spiritual connection. You will begin to experience the connection with the divine and relative rewards in your chart as it relates to the position of Pisces in your chart, or if you have a natal graha positioned in Purva Bhadrapada. This is where our disconnection with our higher power is restored relative to the eradication of bad habits of Satsubishaka, the nakshatra which comes before it, and the illusion or misallocation of priorities in our life. So this is an opportunity if your priorities are in order, if your habits are in order, if your health is in order, and you're trying to develop a spiritual connection during this transit of Jupiter and Purva Bhadrapada, I believe you're going to experience those rewards. This transit opens us up to a spiritual focus or a thirst for divine knowledge as Jupiter transits this nakshatra. The Shakti of this nakshatra creates blessings from our guru or spiritual teacher if we have put in the work, which will create an opportunity for our spiritual work to have an impact on the world and each other's lives with the next coming transit as Jupiter moves into Uttar Bhadrapada. So you open up the spiritual connection in Purva Bhadrapada, and then it begins to have powerful effects in society and other people's lives as it moves into Uttar Bhadrapada. This transit really pays off positively if we have put in the work to rid our lives of toxic habits or priorities, which manifests as this Maya or toxins in our lives. If we have put in the necessary efforts and continue to engage with unsavory physical or mental patterns, which are deeply ingrained, sometimes known as the vrittis, then it is possible we will experience a deeply severed connection with the higher power of our understanding. This could lead to spiritual bankruptcy, depression, anxiety, many of the emotional and physical issues that we experience when we're not connected to God. So this is either a favorable or unfavorable period, depending on the actions that you take to heal yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, as this kind of Jupiter transits through Satsubishaka and now through Purva Bhadrapada. And now as we get into the final transit of 2022, Uttar Bhadrapada, we're going to be seeing a culminating factor here because this is a triple transit. So if you're looking at Jupiter and Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra, this one has 3 different legs, right? Because from April 29th to July 29th, it's direct in this nakshatra. Then we're seeing a Vakri state starting in the end of July into early November. And then it goes back direct through its final transit in Uttar Bhadrapada from November 2nd to well into February. So this kind of now Saturn is getting into play, right? So Jupiter will be interacting with Uttar Bhadrapada's planetary ruler, which is Shani, and the Devata of Uttar Bhadrapada, Aribudya. As Jupiter begins to transit this nakshatra, the divine gifts of Kundalini awakening, fertility, and empowerment have the potential to manifest in the largest of ways. This is a triple transit, right? Because we see a direct, retrograde, and direct. So it's just a quick coin term of a triple transit there. This type of triple transit can be an absolute blessing when it comes to the potential to receive the Shakti of this nakshatra, because Jupiter is going through it. And so you're going to have multiple opportunities to receive the Shakti of this nakshatra as it kind of bounces back and forth throughout the different padas of it. So as we've seen through the last 2 transits of Jupiter, a certain churning as it powers through Satsubishaka and Purva Bhadrapada, kind of this emotional and spiritual churning with Jupiter, which inclines us towards a certain kind of evolution away from bad habits and illusion in Satsubishaka, and then receiving those positive changes we've made in our lives spiritually as it moves into Purva Bhadrapada. We're having that intense spiritual connection. If we align to the way the Guru Graha has been attempting to encourage us, and we have eradicated the illusion and bad habits from our lives, and we are in alignment with this higher vibration of ourselves, and now we are experiencing a very deep connection to God. Notice that I don't mention a particular religion here. I don't even mention religion in general, because this is about a spiritual, a mystical connection. You can experience that through nature. You can experience that through music. You can experience that in the Judeo-Christian paradigm. You can experience it in the Vedic or the Eastern paradigm. Spirituality is not contained within one religion. This is about a connection to the higher power of your understanding and how that's going to play out in your life. Now that we've aligned to this higher vibrational essence within ourselves, our connection to our higher power there, it's time to do something with it. We're aligned to our higher vibration within ourselves, and it's time to have a positive impact on the world. That is Uttar Bhadrapada. During the first direct transit, we'll begin to see our positive efforts playing out with increased abundance and stability. This means that if you put in the work, you're going to be facing prosperity and stability in all the areas of your life, where Pisces or Uttar Bhadrapada natal grahas are. But as this transit goes Vakri or retrograde, we have to remember the efforts we put in that got us there. We started praying, we stopped drinking, we stopped smoking, we're eating better, and now we're starting to see all of these positive benefits in our lives. So what's the human nature? To get lazy, right? And we know that Jupiter can sometimes be Kaphic, and in its retrograde, it's going to create more bala. So you have to understand that, okay, now it's retrograde. Are you going to regress in your habits? Are you going to regress in your patterns at this time? Are you going to forget the work that you put in, the bad habits that you let go of that got you to where you are? it's an opportunity to either reintegrate those habits in a better way, but to understand that you can fall towards laziness or taking things for granted during the Vakri transit. Right? And if that happens, you will lose the rewards that you received because you're forgetting to prioritize how you got there. So we will be tested with temptation towards our old ways of life during the Vakri, the July 29th to November 2nd retrograde transit. And that means that Maya will begin to kind of engage with you, right? They'll say, okay, well, you kind of took care of that old pattern and now you can do it differently this time. Well, insanity is attempting to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So you have to understand that the work that you've put in that got you to where you are, do not regress to those old habits or patterns, even though you will be tempted to do so. In the final and direct transit of Jupiter in Uttar Bhadrapada, we realize that the changes we've made are now a way of life that we wish to carry with us for the rest of our life. This is who our guru self is. This is the higher vibrational energy within ourself. And we must become grounded in that guru self. And the abundance and stability in a more permanent way will follow in our lives. Due to the power of Varshodhyama Shakti, the Shakti of Uttar Bhadrapada, we have been given an opportunity for the positive seeds we have planted in Satsubishaka and Purva Bhadrapada to now receive rain and begin to bear its fruit. What does this fruit look like for us? We must look to the Pisces position in our natal chart, as well as the position of Grahas in the late Aquarius or early Pisces Nakshatra, Satsubishaka, Purva Bhadrapada, and Uttar Bhadrapada. Now, through our hard efforts, we begin to develop some stability, groundedness, and abundance in the various areas of our life relative to the work that we've put in to become this higher vibration within ourselves. So again, as we kind of look and to summarize, as we look through Jupiter in 2022 from an evolutionary karmic perspective, it's a beautiful opportunity to awaken the guru inside of yourself, to become the highest vibration of yourself, to let go of bad habits, to let go of bad patterns, to let go of things that aren't serving you, unhealthy relationships, unhealthy diet, misallocation of priorities, materialism. It's an opportunity to move through that. And when you move through that, it's going to create a direct connection beyond your greatest dreams with the higher power of your understanding. And then it's going to create work for you once you're aligned to this higher vibration within yourself. And from a law of attraction perspective, when you align to that sattvic higher vibrational energy within yourself, it's a life beyond your greatest dreams. It's a life beyond your greatest imagination. You might think in a more hedonistic tendency before this kind of Jupiter transit, but by the end of this, you're going to be thinking in a lot more altruistic, selfless, and humanitarian ways, especially as Jupiter kind of moves into Pisces. This was a really, really exciting topic, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I just want to give an opportunity for any of my fellow panelists to discuss anything about Jupiter as it moves through the Nakshatras of 2022 before we move on to the next presentation.
You know, if I may, Kṣaṇāti, this
Please.
brings up a very big topic about the year because Jupiter rules the year. So that's why you appropriately brought it up. And I got some messages whilst you were speaking on it about that, about your lecture. And some people wanted to know, is there some link that we know about what we call the Barharspatya Varsha, the Jovian year, to all of this? Like, I think it's going to become Shubhakrit in a few.
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally have a link to that. How about you, Visti Ji?
I wasn't taught so much about the names of those individual years. I was taught about the larger scale. And it's a bit funny because it's when I was taught this, I said, what do you mean, you know, that there's a graha which moves 5 years at a time? There's no graha in the sky which does that. Jupiter moves 1 year at a time, Saturn 2.5 years. And so there's this thing called Pancha Samvatsar Yuga. And what's interesting is it's going to change this year when that sun enters Aries. It'll change to another 5-year cycle. It's moving from Libra to Scorpio.
Yeah.
We've been in Libra for 5 years. Andrew knows what I'm talking about. All right. It's supposed to be the movement of God and not the movement of the grahas. So I'm not so clear on the Baharspatya interpretation, but I know that we're now moving into 5 years of Scorpio. I don't know if that's any better than the last 5 years of Libra, but you know, all the best to all of us in that time, of course. About your presentation on the nakshatra, I was very curious about how you were interpreting it in your chart. Somebody asked appropriately, do you have moon in Satsubishaka? Is that why you referred to that position particularly?
It's my ascending.
Oh, that's why.
And my Rahu as well.
You know, they say Satsubishaka is the only nakshatra which knows Jyotish. Yeah, the only one. And so congratulations. You truly understand Jyotish, I must say. So if it's your ascendant moving through that, then obviously you must be looking forward to that transit.
100%. It's something where the Satsubishaka energy, which is like, you know, as I mentioned, just to personally be vulnerable here with the community, is you know, it's about those medicines or those poisons within your life. And it's very interesting. I just celebrated 1 year of sobriety. And I recently started working in this past year, the 12 steps. I used to use marijuana. And I no longer use marijuana or any mood or mind altering substances. And I used to think that I needed those things to help with my spiritual connection, right? You smoke a little hash, then you chant the Lord Shiva. Since I've abstained from the use of mood and mind altering substances, I've never had a stronger connection with God. I've never had a stronger connection with myself, and to realize that total sobriety is allowing me to do this more powerful, authentic work in my life. It's been evolutionary for me. And so that's directly how kind of that Jupiter hits my Rahu as well, coming into my 2nd year of abstinence from mood and mind altering substances.
Big congratulations, Kṣaṇāti.
That's great.
Thank you.
Absolutely lovely.
Jupiter's really finally rising above Rahu.
Thank you, Dr. Foss.
Great achievement of Satsubishaka.
Takes a lot of courage to own up on a public platform like that. Really, Kṣaṇāti, hats off.
It's very laudable.
Can I add something here?
Please.
On the transit, yeah. See, Jupiter rules Sagittarius also. And as we all know, Sagittarius has been afflicted from a long time with Saturn and Ketu's presence, and then hemmed between two malefics, has been really suffering. And with the Kṣaṇāti also going on for the Sagittarius moon people. So with this transit, which is forming and Sagittarius is the east direction, as we all know. So that has also caused a lot of, problems towards the east of the globe. So when we talk about Aquarius and Pisces, so this becomes, the west and the north directions. So I feel that with this, this transit, things are going to improve. And Sagittarius is also, the Mool Trikona sign, which is, of course, to be considered here because Jupiter is the ruler and it's forming a 311 axis relationship with that. And with the Pisces, it's forming a 212. So that is also going to be a very positive kind of a transit. It is going to help us, come out of whatever situation we all are in, I think, because of the east direction getting afflicted also till now. Just 2 cents. Thank you for a nice presentation, Kṣaṇāti.
Thank you so much for holding this space and everyone. It's so lovely to be here with all of you. I'd now like to segue into Vanita G's elaboration on Shani. So we're all very excited.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kṣaṇāti. Thank you, everyone. My Shashtang Danvat Pranam to all the panelists and to the audience who's present here at whatever time zones, they have actually managed to be here. If they are in India, especially, it's 23:44. So thank you so much for all of you. And I'm going to be starting my presentation with a prayer because it's about Shani. So I would just do a small chant on Saturn. So please, if you can do it here also. Om Neelanjam Samabhasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Chaya Martand Sambhutam Tvam Namami Shanishcharam. Om Shanishcharaya Namah. May Lord Shani give us all the strength to bear with whatever brunt we all are going through. So just spare us all, please. So this is I'm just sharing my screen. So as we all know, Saturn is the planet of discipline, but most misunderstood planet also, because he is the strict disciplinarian, as we all know. And he's the one who causes all the sorrows, hindrances, obstructions, delays, devastation, struggle, sufferings, unbiased, discontentment, failure, slowdown, diseases, ailments, hospitalization. And this is the planet of destiny also, planet of truth, planet of stability, and patience, perseverance, responsibility, duty, profession, career. So in this sign of Aquarius, it's going to be transiting through from the 29th of April and till the 12th of July 2022. It's going to be there, because from there, it's going to go back to Capricorn in retrogression, then comes back to finally Aquarius on the 18th of January till the 29th of March, 2025. Retrogrades on the 5th of June till the 23rd of October this year, and 17th of June, 2023 till the 4th of November, 2023. Again, 30th of June, 2024 till the 15th November, 2024. And yes, this is what this transit is about. This is a time for turning a critical eye to our dreams, goals, hopes, contributions, social structures, social lives, friendships, and community involvement. Now, coming to the Nakshatras, I'll be giving the dates and I'll be sharing some techniques to look at the transits. There are several techniques, because transits are what I prefer doing because they are the temporary phenomena though, but they do impact us somewhere or the other in our lives. So that's why transits are very essential. They are the delivery people, as you know. They until unless we have a good transit, we cannot have any event happening. And no event happens on the day of the transit. I keep repeating that in all my videos also. So it happens when there are planets like Sun and Moon transiting through some angular distance from that particular zone where the transit is happening. So that's why, we never get, suppose on the eclipses, we never get the, the event that happens. So here we have 3 nakshatras each in Capricorn and Aquarius, as we all know. Uttarashada 3 charan, the padas, Sharavana 4, which is right now, and Dhanishta 2 padas. Aquarius transit happens in Dhanishta 2 padas and Shatabisha's 4 and Purva Bhadra's 3. These are the transit of the Capricorn and Aquarius. And Shravana Nakshatra is going to be till the 18th of February this year. And then we move on to Dhanishta Nakshatra Capricorn from the 18th of Feb till the 29th of April. Dhanishta Nakshatra 29th April to 12th of July Aquarius. So after that, we'll be heading to Dhanishta Nakshatra, back to Dhanishta Nakshatra again. This retrogression of Saturn will be happening. So it'll come back to Capricorn from the 12th of July till the 18th of January. And then Dhanishta Nakshatra is in 2 padas in Aquarius also. So 18th Jan to the 14th of March. So these are all the dates. You can just make a note of these. And 14th of March 23 to 17th of October, it's in Satsubishaka. As Kṣaṇāti was sharing his insights on Satsubishaka, you can just match it up in a negative manner with Saturn also, because Saturn in Satsubishaka is double the impact of, the Maraka, or we can say the negative impacts, the maleficence attached to this. Satsubishaka is Rahu's nakshatra after all. But I must add one more thing here, because, it said that the Jupiter and, the positive grahas, nakshatras are not picked and chosen for doing the Muhurta, the auspicious timing. Only Rahu's nakshatra, Saturn's nakshatra, like Pushya nakshatra, is very auspicious for picking and choosing for performing any religious activities or any kind of initiation of anything auspicious. So that's something which, Satsubishaka nakshatra is about. It's a very pious nakshatra for that reason. Dhanishta nakshatra, again in Aquarius from 17th October 23 to 23rd November 2023. And then Satsubishaka again, because it's going to go retrograde and stuff. So that is how you have to match up. Purva Bhadra nakshatra, because I'm taking Aquarius in all. So how Aquarius transit of Saturn is going to be. Purva Bhadra nakshatra, 5th of April 24 to the 5th of October 24. Satsubishaka again 5th of October to 26th of December 24. Purva Bhadra Aquarius 26th December, because this is going to be in, it's going to be entering Purva Bhadra Nakshatra, 26th December to 29th of March 2025. And Purva Bhadra is also in Pisces. So 29th March, 25 to 28th April 2025 in Pisces. So that's how. Now there are Navmansh positions also, which are very important. So in Shravana Nakshatra, we have from the 22nd of December, I'm not going back. So from Gemini, it's like it started moving in on the 22nd of December. So people who are Gemini rising are also feeling this uneasiness for that reason also, because the Navmansha Sadesati is active. I will explain what does that mean in a bit. 22nd December 21 to 21st January. It's going to be in Gemini and then Cancer. So Cancer natives, if you will feel it, if you have to make any decisions, so do it before 21st of Jan, because Cancer is going to get afflicted. Even Gemini, Cancer and Leo, that's sort of a Sadesati for you people also, because it's a Navmansha movement of Saturn. So which is also very important transit, and we must not ignore it. So everybody faces it, if at all there are the transit positions in Navmansha happening, and you feel that why we are feeling the results of Sadesati, it's because Saturn is transiting over your Lagna or moon in Navmansha, or you are Gemini moon or Gemini ascendant. I take ascendant also because it impacts your health. I've seen many times, because we can't ignore Sadesati is of course based on moon, but yes, it impacts our health if we look at the ascendant wise also. Then Dhanishta Navmansha, we have Leo 18th February till the 20th of March 2022, Virgo 20th March to 29th April, 2 padas in Capricorn. Then we move on to the retrogradation phase. That is from, again, back to Virgo from 12th of July. Like it is in Virgo only from 29th of April to 12th of July, Virgo, 29th August in retrogradation. And then Leo, back to Leo. So you can just note these dates down, Virgo again, it's in the reverse in Dhanishta, 2 padas of Capricorn. Then we go on to Dhanishta, 2 padas, Aquarius. These are the Navmansha movements. So Libra people will feel a little uneasy because they are going to be getting out of the Kantaka Shani, the 4th house transit of Capricorn. Like they were feeling a little uneasy because of that, because, they must have had some displacement till now. But now 18th January 2023 next year to 14th of February, they're going to be feeling the results again of Sadesati. So it's not long, but yeah, you will feel a little uncomfortable, areas of life getting, like impacted. Some areas will get impacted for sure. Scorpio people will get to know that, yes, this is, some uneasiness again because of the Saturn transiting over Scorpio Navamsa. And Scorpio, that means Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius people will feel the Saresati-like results. So that's not long, but it's just for a month. So don't make any decisions during this time. You might make decisions which are not going to give you fruitful results. So you have to be prepared for, that is why the dates are mentioned here. Then we have Satsubishaka transit of Saturn, Aquarius 2023, Sagittarius, Capricorn, then Capricorn, Sagittarius, Navamsas. Please make a note. You can just take a screenshot, and obviously these videos will be uploaded also, this video. So you can just see it also later and note down. Then we have Dhanishta, Aquarius, back to Dhanishta again. After Satsubishaka transit is coming back to Dhanishta. So this is Scorpio. Only for Scorpio Navamsa it will be covering. So Scorpio people are having a lot of uneasiness, I think, because of this transit. So please don't mind me saying this, because it's going to be, it's a preparing kind of a, forewarning. So just take it in a stride. And of course, it will definitely not be impacting everyone in the similar way, because we have different planetary positions in our natal chart. So how far is Scorpio and Saturn and all those planets forming a connectivity with the transits? That is another topic altogether. So here it is in Satsubishaka Sagittarius in the direct motion again from 25th November till the 11th of Jan and so on and so forth. I have not covered the 2025 transits. Then we have the Tara Chakra for Shravana Nakshatra. It's good for the ones who are born. Now, what is Tara Chakra? Let me explain a little bit about it. Tara Chakra is when you're born under certain nakshatra, or certain, if you're born under a moon or nakshatra. So how is it forming a connectivity with the transit of Saturn? Suppose somebody is born under a nakshatra of, suppose, Ashwini. So this Ashwini is the, we have to count from Ashwini. That is your Janma Nakshatra. So count where Shravana is, and then you will find it that it is a good placement. So it is good for you. And for the ones who are, not in the list, I will tell I will tell which are going to get impacted negatively. So they have to be careful. I have mentioned that also, how this can impact you in the letter segment. So Kritika, that is Sun's Nakshatra, Ketu's Nakshatra people, Moon's Nakshatra people, and Mars Nakshatra people, Rahu's Nakshatra people who are born under Saturn's Nakshatra. So they are going to, this Shravana Nakshatra transit, which is still the 18th of February, it's already over, getting over, I mean. So these people are going to be facing good results, but rest of them are like Venus, Jupiter, and Mercury Nakshatra born people. They are going to be having the third, Venus is the third, and Jupiter is the seventh, and Mercury is the fifth Tara from the Janma Nakshatra. So that is how you are going to be feeling the results in a negative manner. So Shravana transit we have to see from the Janma Nakshatra. So like that you have to count. Now coming to the next one, that is the Dhanishta transit. So this is going to be from the 18th of February till the 14th of March next year. So how is it going to be for Bharani Nakshatra? It's good. Rohini Nakshatra people, that is the Venus, Moon, Mars, Rahu, Jupiter, and Mercury Nakshatra born people. This transit of Dhanishta is going to be favorable. And the ones who are born in Sun, Ketu, and Saturn, this is going to be the third, fifth, and seventh Tara. Dhanishta is the third, fifth, seventh from these. So Sun, Ketu, and Saturn people are going to, the Nakshatra born people are not going to be getting good results, or we can say mixed kind of results. Okay, let's not call it completely negative. Then Satsubishaka transit of Saturn is good for the ones, this is from the 14th of March till the 17th of October. So for the Ketu, Sun, Mars, Rahu, Jupiter, and Saturn born people, this Satsubishaka transit is going to be favorable. So nothing to worry about it. The ones who are born under Moon, Venus, and Mercury Nakshatras, they are going to be feeling little uneasy during this time. So these are the Tara Chakra wise predictions. And now we move on to the Saresati. Sadesati, see, let me just go back and tell you a little bit about the Tara Chakra again. See, when it is the 3rd, 5th, or 7th Tara, so it is like going to be giving you some uneasiness in your mental frame of mind. You will not be able to. Tara Chakra is that, Saturn is transiting to a place which is not favorable. So it will give you some kind of uneasiness. It will give you some kind of wrong decision making, delays, frustrations, health issues. So the Vipat Tara and the Vada Tara, they are not considered to be good. So when they, especially when Saturn is forming a connectivity like that, which is not good for you, so just avoid starting any treatment, any major decision if you have to make, avoid, because these taras are not favorable. Sun, Ketu, and Saturn when it is Dhanishta, Moon, Venus, Mercury when it is Satsubishaka transit. All right. Coming to the Sadesati. Now, what is Sadesati? Sadesati is when a planet, Saturn is transiting through the 12th, 1st, and 2nd house from the ascendant or the natal moon. Now, you will say why I'm using ascendant, because it is actually impacting our health. When we look at the ascendant, when we are looking at the moon, it is impacting our mental health. So that is why Sadesati-like results we do feel when it is transiting over your ascendant also. I have seen many people getting impacted. Even if it is not moon, it is not a Sadesati for them, still they are feeling that discomfort because of the Saturn transiting through the 12th, 1st, and 2nd houses from the ascendant and the natal moon. Of course, moon is there, of course. So Saturn transits through Capricorn, the Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius. We are going to be facing it till the time this Saturn doesn't transit through the Aquarius sign, though it is going to be back and forth this year. And finally, next year in the month of January, it's going to be transiting through Aquarius. When Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces natives will be starting with their Sadesati. Sagittarius will be one of those lucky ones who will be ending with their Sadesati phase once Saturn transits through Aquarius, and Pisces natives will have to be prepared for this Sadesati phase because they are heading to it. But nothing to dread this transit, because as per the 12th division, it's just the 2.5 months in each sign when Saturn is. That is when it is going to be impacting you. It's not going to be the whole period of 2.5 years, which we write off completely. It's never like that. I use the 2.5 months by taking the divisional chart number 12. I divide the 12 division and then I take it to that D12 chart. And that's how it is going to be impacting you only in that particular area. So that's another video altogether. It requires a lot of attention and there are many dates attached to it. So when is it going to be? The 2.5 months, when is those that time? So it is obviously right now it's not possible, Kṣaṇāti. So, okay. So Saturn takes 2.5 years to pass through each sign. 30 years makes one, obviously makes one round of the zodiac. So when it is passing through the 3 signs, it is the 7.5 months. So the, years, that is why it is called the Sadesati. So we get on an average 3 cycles in a lifetime of Sadesati. So when it is the 12th house, so that is going to be the impact which is starting. So this is like it impacts our economic condition. And at the same time, you know, you will feel that there is problems and complications in travels, enemies are bothering you, there is lack of luck, people are not helping you out. You feel quite secluded when Sadesati just starts. That's how. So it is a time to contemplate on things which you have not been able to. So don't worry about it. It is just a good time, I would say, to understand yourself, be with yourself, and you know, just start working on things which you have not been able to. So this is a solo time, I would say, that you will get when Saturn is transiting through your 12th house zone. And 12th house for Aquarius natives is going to be Capricorn itself. Okay. Then the first house is, that is the moon or the ascendant, you know, where your ascendant or the moon is. When Saturn is transiting there, that is Aquarius natives will feel this even more when Saturn is transiting through the first house. So this is the time when you will have, you know, you will make a lot of changes in yourself. There will be a lot of hard work that you have to put in. You start something, it doesn't complete, it's prolonged. So that is something, you know, which is making you, again, that perseverance is required, according to which these people may feel that there is a lot of difference with people, with spouse, with the outside world. You don't connect with people that great. So that is the first house. You become very indifferent, basically. Whenever Saturn is in the first house of the natal or Saturn is transiting, people become indifferent. Their behavior is quite detaching, but they're very hardworking, and people also get insecure. I've seen when Saturn is in the first house, the others get insecure of you, basically. Then second house transit is like when of Sadasati I'm talking about. So second house is the house of finance. So this is like, you will spend more on your health or your family, or your, your financials deplete. So you have to just start working on your savings from now itself. And you should pay more attention to your mother's health also. Okay. So this is like, not getting the results that you are desiring, or you're just, expecting. You don't get those kinds of results. So you feel quite uneasy and, now this is what is, I was talking about, Sarasati Navmansha. Now check your ascendant in the natal chart and then see where the position of Saturn in the Navmansh Kundli, in your D9 chart. Okay, suppose your Lagna is Aries in your birth chart. Thus, you will experience the Sarasati or Sarasati-like results when Saturn is transiting Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Navmansha. This is just an example. So this is called the Navmansh Tulya Rashi. Okay, this is very important because, people come up and say that, no, this is not our Sarasati, but still we are feeling those hiccups and, delays and frustration is there. So it is because of this, Sarasati-like results. Okay. And this is not for long. It's for 1 month, 2 months time, but it is very impactful. So you should always see where Saturn is transiting in the D9 and then bring it and, superimpose that chart on your D1 chart. So that is your personal thing. You have to check. That is your exercise that you have to do. Then what is the Kantaka Shani, the Daya? Okay. So when Saturn transits your 4th house or the 8th house, that is the time when you will feel quite uncomfortable. Whenever Saturn transits the Kendras, the angular houses, I've seen people changing a lot of things. Change of residence, change of job, change of career, change of profession, change of place. Maybe they are relocating. It's actually the ripple effect. You feel that there is some uneasiness attached to it. So for Libra moon, 4th house transit of Saturn in Capricorn. For Scorpio, 4th house transit of Saturn in Aquarius. So these people will feel quite uneasy. They have to be really careful while making decisions, because they, any which ways, will be having these kind of situations when they have to change. So accept it and just move ahead with it. And this is actually the time when you will have a very unsettled kind of energy, because, it is the 4th house transit. 4th house is your mother's lap. It is the comfort zone of yours. So Saturn going there, or as a matter of fact, any malefic going there, in case, for Capricorn natives, you have Aries in your 4th house. Ketu will be transiting there. So there will be some kind of energies like change coming your way. As it is, there are Kendras going to get active for the movable Rashis, with the Rahu Ketu changing sign, Saturn changing sign, back and forth, and demoted also in the sign of Capricorn. So the angular houses are going to get very well charged up. So the people who are, Aries, Cancer, Capricorn and Libra, they are, as it is, going to be feeling the energies of change. So be prepared for that. It is called the Kantaka Shani or the Daya. So for Gemini, it is like, the Capricorn transit, which is the 8th house, and for Cancer, it is the Aquarius transit, which is the 8th house for them. So that is going to give you some health issues or, some delays and frustrations. It's going to be looking at your 10th also from there. So it will give you some complications or uneasiness with your bosses, seniors also. So you have to be prepared for it. Don't get too nitpicky. Whenever there is something like these happening, you should just stay focused on what you are born for, what you are going to be doing. Don't get involved in, nitty-gritties and don't be too fussy about things. Be more flexible. Whenever these kind of things are happening, you should be more receptive and just flow with the flow. That's what I can advise. But yes, there are other obviously remedies which are to be done, which I give to my clients, and they really work wonders. So one must opt for the remedies when it is the Kantaka Shani and the Ashtama Shani. For sure, this works. Okay. One of the remedies being when there is a gas burner in the night when you're closing it, just sprinkle a little bit of milk before going off to sleep. It is hot. The fizzle sound that comes in, that actually is burning away all your miseries and hindrances. Okay, that is one of the major remedies which will help you, the ones who are having Gemini and Cancer moon especially, or the sevens. So do that remedy, it really works. There are many remedies that I have for these people who are running through, for especially Gemini natives who have been going through a lot because of the Ashtama Shani. Okay, and Libra people, I have seen they have changed place. They have changed places. They have changed their job. Because of the Saturn in the 4th house transit. If it's not happened, it can happen this year also, because it's going to be back and forth. And demoted form is not considered to be that great. The demoted Saturn, it's like, you've completed one grade and you're promoted and then you're sent back to the previous class. How will you feel? It's not a good placement, right? It's not a good feeling. So that is what is the Saturn demotion about. Then we have Saturn return. So the ones who have Aquarius Saturn, so they'll be having the Saturn return. So Saturn return happens in 20s, late 50s, late 80s, thrice. So that's how it happens. And Saturn return is the phase when you change. How you change obviously depends on where your Aquarius sign is. So that particular house and the Saturn return in that particular zone will, if you club together, that is how the result will be. So if it is happening over your first house, so you might change your appearance, you might change your nature, you might change your, place where you're living. It's also the Sasa Yoga forming right now. Sasa Yoga for actually, I missed out on this. Sasa Yoga, that is the Panchamahapurusha Yoga, that happens only when the babies are born. It is not possible that everybody will be feeling the results of the Mahapurusha Yoga during the transit. It's a 2.5 years transit. It is not possible. I have not read anywhere in the Nadi system, any of the Nadi system, I've never heard, because this is not possible that, everybody will be feeling the Panchamahapurusha Yoga, the ones who are having Aquarius rising or Scorpio rising or Taurus, or as a matter of fact, Leo. So you will not all be feeling the results. Yes, it can give you some discomfort rather, because Saturn is really strong. And especially for the ones who have a 7th house transit of Saturn, it is going to be definite for the Leo especially. They're going to be having the Digbali Saturn. So it has potency to give the results even more. So the results are pronounced even more whenever Saturn is strong. Remember, so Saturn is a malefic. Whatever said and done, a malefic is a malefic planet. So it is going to give you the maleficence attached to this transit also. So do not just think that Saturn is going to make you a king or giving you a Raja Yoga. Sorry, it is not like that. The ones who are born, definitely they will from time to time feel the results whenever there is Dasha, Antradasha, Pratyantar Dasha of Saturn. They will feel the result of their Saturn Sasha Yoga. Okay. And Capricorn people, the movable signs are going to be feeling. The babies who are born or the ones who are born already with this, they will feel this when the Saturn return happens. So that is how, especially in the Capricorn and Aquarius. This is on the mundane level, not considered to be a good transit, I must tell you. It is supposed to be making some major, government policy changes. And it is going to be, of course, Capricorn transit I'm talking about. Then it will be moving into Aquarius. It is a downhill trend to the COVID also. That's what I have researched, and my Guruji has researched along with me. With him, I have researched. So this is what we have landed up to, that there are improvement which we are heading to. There are some, better prospects for the agriculture sector, for oil sector. Things are going to improve on the mundane level when Saturn is transiting through the Aquarius sign. Once it is coming back, there can be some problems in the masses, because it is the sign of masses. So it can lead to some complications with the kings or with the, as we say, the kings, So the power, the people in power, because Sun is right opposite this Saturn. So Saturn sign in Aquarius. So there can be some complications there, and major policy changes take place whenever Saturn is transiting through Capricorn and Aquarius. So some new innovations will be coming forward as well. And Saturn is reliable and wants you to become self-sufficient. Saturn return deals with the issues of the house it's natally in, but in a different manner. So it wants you to just accept whatever is going on in your life, and whatever you have learned so far. What have you learned so far? Okay. So this is what Saturn return is. Now I'm giving you one more technique for the transit quickly. This is called the Murti Nirnaya. When Saturn transits through Aquarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, we have to pick and choose the Murti Nirnaya for the separate timings. When Saturn transits Aquarius, there's a separate Murti Nirnaya concept, and then Murti Nirnaya, then Capricorn separate, and again Aquarius, when it enters, it is a separate thing. So how we calculate it, I'll show you that first, and then how is it impacting you all, I'll tell you. See, whenever Saturn is, one second. Okay, when you're considering this Murti Nirnaya, you have to see when on the day of the transit, where Moon is, which sign Moon is. And it is in reference to your natal moon. How far is the natal moon, and what is the distance between natal moon and the transiting moon? So note the transit position of the moon with the reference to the natal moon, your Janma Rashi, when Saturn enters the new sign every time. If the transit of moon is in the 1st, 6th, or 11th from the natal moon, then it is the golden Murti, that is the Swarna Murti. If it is the 2nd, 5th, 9th, it's the Rajat, that is silver. So as you can make out, it is like gold first, silver, copper, iron. So it's going to be like that. So for you all, what is it happening now? Let's see. Now the results will be as follows. Swarna is extremely favorable, Rajat is favorable, Tamra is average, and Loha is extremely unfavorable. So this is just a part of it, I'm not telling you that you stick by it, completely, follow it blindly. No, there are many ways to interpret the transits. So this is one of the ways. Okay. Now see, if you, 29th of April, I put up the chart. So here, if you can see, Moon is in the Pisces sign. Okay, when Saturn is at 0 degrees Aquarius, if you can see, it just transited through on the 29th April. This is New Delhi, India time, 1427. Okay, now when it is happening, so what is happening? Swarna Murti for Pisces, Libra, and Taurus Rashi. So these people will feel extremely favorable result of this transit. Okay, when it is transiting through the Aquarius sign for the first time. Then for Aquarius, Scorpio, Cancer signs who are born under this is the Rajata Murti. So this is a favorable transit again. So for Capricorn, Virgo, Gemini Rashis, see now Gemini people are going to feel the results in a favorable manner. So this is like, it's like balancing things out now. For Gemini, it is going to be otherwise not that favorable, right? It is going to be, no, for Cancer is the 8th. For this is, I'm talking about the Aquarius. So yeah, it is favorable from both ways. Can you see? Now for Gemini Rashi people, they are going to get relieved. First, it is coming out of the 8th house, and then it is giving you average results because of the Tamra Murti also. Had it been the, Loha Murti, it would have been worse. But yeah, you're feeling a little better because it's average results. For Sagittarius, Leo, Aries people, this is not going to be, I will not use the word extremely unfavorable. I'm sorry I have written this, but it is not going to be favorable. Not that favorable. Okay. Now coming to the next one, that is coming back to Capricorn, when it is entering back to Capricorn on the 12th of July in retrogression. So what is the Moon's transit? Moon is transiting through Sagittarius now. If you can see here, this is the Delhi, India time. So now you can just pick and choose where you are. I don't think so it will be making much difference because 12 hours, I don't think so. Even if it's 12 hours from Delhi, you go to PST zone. So that is also not going to change Moon's position, but you must see where your Moon in your time zone is. So if Moon is in Sagittarius sign, so what happens? Yes. For Sagittarius, Cancer, Aquarius, Rashi people who are born under this is the Swarna Murti. So you can get relief now. It's the 8th house transit for Cancer natives though, but it is now balancing the effect because it is not giving you that negative results of the 8th house, the Kantaka Shani, the Ashtama Shani, as we say. Then for Scorpio, again, for Scorpio natives, it was the 4th house transit of Aquarius. Now it is again balancing out because it is the Rajata Murati. So Scorpio, Leo, Aries people, this is not going to be that bad result. It is a favorable one. For Libra, Gemini, Pisces, this is an average one. For Virgo, Taurus, Aquarius, sorry for this, this is not for the Scorpio natives, this is for Capricorn transit. So, okay, just leave that. For Virgo, Taurus, Aquarius, bonds, this is the Loha Murati when Saturn is transiting back to the Capricorn sign. Okay. So this is what, and now coming to the 17th January transit, finally. Now this is for 2.5 years. Now this is the most important because this transit will last for 2.5 years and this will make a lot of difference. So making decisions will depend on this. Moon is on that particular day in Scorpio sign. Can you see this? So I think Moon will be moving back to Libra if we move back to PST zone. Kṣaṇāti, maybe, you know, it'll just go back. So anyways, it is in the Scorpio sign. And what happens when when Saturn is transiting through Aquarius again next year, Moon is going to be transiting Scorpio. So for Scorpio, Gemini, Capricorn natives, this is going to be extremely, extremely favorable. So even if there is a negative impact of any other Saturn in the D9 chart or anywhere, this is going to balance out. This is a very important technique. It really works. For Libra, Cancer, Pisces people, this is the Rajat Murati. For Virgo, Taurus, Aquarius, this is a Tamra Murati, which is the average transit of Saturn. So for Leo, Aries, Sagittarius, it's a extremely, not extremely, it is little unfavorable transit. Okay, I would say that way. So yeah, that's it, I think. Okay, now I have something for you. Let me just 1 second. A bonus, I would say. Kṣaṇāti, do I have time or you want me to wrap up?
If you could just wrap up kindly.
Okay. Though I wanted to do the Veda, but that's okay. And I wanted to quickly take up the 12th sign prediction, how the year is going to be, but that's okay. That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanita Ji. Shining in Saturn blue. It's so nice to hear your elaboration. Does anyone from the panel have any comments on, we have some Saturn conjunctions and Gati stuff coming. But does anyone want to share or ask Vanita Ji any questions? 1 second, let me unmute everyone. Okay, Narasimha Ji.
Yes, I just wanted to make a small comment. Nice presentation. Apart from the things that you mentioned, one more thing people may consider is transit with respect to Navamsa Moon. You talked about Lagna and then transit of Saturn in Navamsa.
Yes, sir.
The other way around is take the Navamsa Moon. I think Devakeralam mentions it. Especially the 8th house transit from that moon is really can be problematic because Navamsa shows your the subtle destiny. So moon there is very important. So that is also an important factor.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, I missed out actually that. Yes. Thank you.
I thought you did cover it, Vanita, because I was reading moon and ascendant. We should check them, but you're checking Rashi ascendant. No, but I assume
the natal. I spoke about the natal. Sir is saying about
I naturally took both, thinking that must be right, I thought just like Narasimha, and yes, the Nadis say first and 8th both are very important.
Yeah.
There's this funny principle in our tradition. You take the Rashi position and the Navamsa position and you merge them. So for example, let's say you have Lagna in Aquarius when Saturn goes through Aquarius, and then it goes through, let's say, Libra Navamsa when it starts. And so if you have, let's say, Mars in Libra Navamsa, it's as if you have Mars on the ascendant now because of that transit bringing the two things together.
Superimposing, yeah.
Very, very interesting. That's why I was loving the part when you went into Navamsa, just like Narasimha. I was jumping, she's getting into Navamsa, how brilliant. Thank you, Vanita. Thank you. Brilliant work.
So without further ado, I'm very excited to hear my East Coast friend and one of my favorite teachers, Narasimha Ji, PVR, who's going to discuss the upcoming Mars-Saturn conjunction.
Namaste, all the panelists and all the participants. Actually, before I start my topic, I just wanted to, for the users of Jagannath Hora, I just wanted to show one specific thing. Vanita Ji talked about the murtis and how to compute the murtis. If you have actually, let me share, see if I can share. Let me share the screen. Screen one. Can you see my share?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, great, great. So if you can make the chart of any person that you are interested in. Suppose I take my own chart, and you can go to transits and you can click on transit calendar, and you can enter the date of interest, and from then onwards, every 1 day or every 10 days, up to 15 times, let's say up to 30 times, let's say. You click on show transit calendar and you get something like this. Here, the murti is shown here, and you can actually click this, show legend. It explains what various things are. So you can go through it later. It shows whether a planet is in a good house from moon, good house from lagna, or a bad house from moon, bad house from lagna. Is in a good star as per the Tara Chakra. Which murti is it? So it shows, and also Ashtavarga points. So it shows a lot of things. So you can also compute the way Vanita Ji explained, but because it's cumbersome, you can just look at this. For example, for me, Jupiter is a Swarnamurti till this date, and then he becomes a Rajatamurti, and so on, basically. So you can avail of this particular feature in Jagannath Hora. And of course, the Murti Nirnaya will vary based on the Ainamsa used, because the exact day when a planet changes sign will change based on whether you're using Lahira Ainamsa or whatever Ainamsa you are using. But you can use whatever Ainamsa you want, and you can do this kind of calculation. Now, let me go to my topic. The topic I want to cover today is Sani Mangala conjunction, Sani Mangala Yuti, or Saturn-Mars conjunction. Saturn and Mars are almost like opposites in the planetary system. Saturn is blue, Mars is red. Saturn is cold, Mars is hot. In terms of the temperaments, they're so different. And one more thing is, esoterically, planets personify various aspects of our consciousness. For example, Sun is a personification of our soul, our willpower, our Atmabalam, Atmasthairiam. Moon is a personification of mind. That is why Moon has so many phases, just like mind has so many different moods. Whereas soul is always stable. Soul is the same way, whether you can see sun or not. Sun is always full. There's no phases of sun except during eclipse. But moon has phases. Similarly, soul has the same state, but mind has different states. So moon corresponds to mind. And Mars is a personification of the energy, the drive inside us to do various things, the vitality, the force that is driving us, that is impelling us to do various things. So he's that initiative. And Mercury is a personification of the learning ability, the ability to understand the world around us, comprehend the world around us, and come to terms with it. And Jupiter is a personification of the Dhishakti, the wisdom, the intellect, the ability to know right from wrong, the discrimination that is within us. And that is why he is depicted as the teacher of gods, because gods are personifications of various of our good qualities, and our wisdom is always working for the victory of our good qualities. And Venus is a personification of our spirit of enjoying things around us, materially as well as spiritually. And Saturn is a personification of our ability to persevere, our ability to be patient, our sense of discipline, our sense of being humble, humility, austerity. So all these things are personified by Saturn. And Rahu personifies our spirit of breaking rules and getting things done. And Ketu is a personification of not caring about anything, being detached and not having any desires. So, like I said, planets are personifications of various aspects of our consciousness. And if you look at the two aspects that Saturn and Mars show, you can see that they are really opposites. Mars is showing energy, initiative, impelling us to act, do things. So he's the force inside us. He's the fire in the belly. Whereas Saturn he's cool. He's basically patience. He's perseverance. Being able to take anything, not being perturbed by anything. That is what Saturn shows. So these two forces are really at odds with each other. And that is why, in terms of transits, actually, let's take a step back. Any two planets conjoining or in being in Samsaptaka, which is being exactly 180 degrees from each other and having mutual aspect, is very important. Whether it is Saturn Jupiter or Saturn Rahu, Saturn Ketu, Jupiter Rahu, Jupiter Mars, any two important planets, when they are, any two slow moving planets, when they are together or opposite each other, that can trigger important events in life. It's a very important transit. And particularly Saturn Mars combination is important because they show the coming together of two opposite forces. The hot energy of Mars that impels you to act, and the cool energy of Saturn, which makes you patient, which makes you persevere. So those kind of transits can trigger major events for individuals as well as for nations in the world. And these are not necessarily bad events. These can be good events or these can be bad events. That really depends on what kind of inherent forces in your natal chart are being triggered. So when Saturn and Mars are, one more thing, when Saturn and Mars are together, who dominates is also an important factor. Suppose Saturn is, let's say, Saturn and Mars are conjoining in Aries. Saturn is debilitated in Aries. He's not very strong. Whereas Mars is in Mulatrikona Aries. So when Saturn and Mars conjoin in Aries, Mars will dominate. Similarly, let's say Saturn and Mars are conjoining in Libra. Mars is in an inimical sign in Libra. He's in a sign of Venus. It's a sign of peace, whereas Mars is the planet of excitement, agitation, war, violence, aggression, etc. So Mars is not particularly strong there. On the other hand, Saturn is in a friendly sign and also he's exalted there. So Saturn is stronger. So that force will dominate compared to the Mars force. So similarly, you can look at which sign they are in and how the dispositor of the sign that they are occupying is placed at that time. And based on that, you can decide which planet will dominate. That is one factor. The other factor is you can also look at the divisional charts. When Saturn and Mars are conjoined, they will also be conjoined in all the divisional charts. So if you want to understand matters relating to, in the case of countries, you want to understand foreign relations, etc., the possibility of wars or possibility of tensions between countries, you can look at Navamsa. If you want to see the possibility of internal disturbances like riots or protests, that kind of things, you can see the Navamsa chart. D30 shows internal disturbances in a country. And if you want to see, let's say, technological advances in the country during that time, you can see D24, Siddhamsa chart, the chart of learning, and so on. You have various divisional charts. So you can look at the corresponding divisional chart and see which planet dominates there. So even if in the Rasi chart, let's say Mars doesn't dominate in a Saturn-Mars conjunction, Saturn is slightly stronger than Mars. But in the Navamsa chart, let's say Mars is extremely strong and Saturn is weak and Mars can dominate. And also, let us say at that time for a particular country, they are placed in the 6th house or 8th house. Then basically that can show that that country will be aggressive during that period. So you can also consider various divisional charts. And one thing I like to do is when these conjunctions occur, any conjunctions, but specifically here, because we are talking about Saturn-Mars conjunction, when they are together, for the exact time when they conjoin, you make a chart for the capital of the country that you are interested in. And then you just analyze the chart, just like you analyze the New Year charts, etc., New Year charts, new month charts, or fortnight charts, etc., that you analyze. Similarly, analyze that chart. What this Saturn-Mars conjunction or this particular planetary conjunction chart, it triggers a force that those planets represent and how that will play out for that country. So that you can see from that chart. So you can make a chart for the capital of the country. And in the Rasi chart, as well as in the divisional chart, you can see where those two planets, Saturn and Mars, are placed. Are they placed in 6th house, 8th house, 3rd house, 4th house, which house? And based on that, you can judge what kind of impact the transit will cause to that country. And if you want to analyze in general for the world, not specifically for a particular country, then you can just take moon, take the Chandra Lagna, and that will tell you how things will be for the whole world as a result of the transit. So this is for the countries. Now for individuals, what you can do is, you can see when Saturn and Mars are conjoined, you can see the longitude where they are conjoined, and is it triggering any important and sensitive natal positions, not only in the Rasi chart, but also in the divisional charts. Suppose, let's say Saturn and Mars are good planets in a particular person's natal Navamsa. Let's say Lagna is Libra in the Navamsa. Mars is the 7th lord of marriage, and Saturn is the Yokarka for Libra Lagna. So for marriage, for that person, Saturn and Mars are actually good planets. So when they conjoin, let us say the exact longitude where they conjoin is, let's say, within 5 degrees from the Lagna Lord Venus in the natal Navamsa, in the Navamsa chart. So they're triggering that particular planet. So that it is actually a very conducive time to getting married. So like this, you can look at various things. Suppose somebody's Dasamsa has the 8th lord at a particular longitude, and Saturn-Mars conjunction is occurring within 5 degrees from that longitude. Then you can conclude that the 8th house in the natal Dasamsa will be triggered during that time. So there is a possibility of some anxiety, some tensions in work, or maybe even a layoff. So these are some of the things you can do. And one more thing, though I said that my topic is Saturn-Mars conjunction, I just want to also mention one important thing. The stationary transit is very important, particularly of Saturn. Again, if you are using Jagannath Hora, you can click a date of interest, and you can say Saturn, you can say before or after, and click stationary transit. So the previous stationary transit was on October 10, 2021. You can see what the longitude was. The longitude was 13 degree 51 minutes Capricorn in the Rasi chart. So you can see that longitude and see if any planets are within 5 degrees from it in your natal Navamsa, natal Dasamsa, natal Vimsyamsa, etc. And if a planet is placed near that, Saturn's stationary transit can trigger that planet and give some important events. And the importance of stationary transit is planets that are going in direct motion, planets that are going in retrograde motion, and planets that are going in stationary transit, which is basically transition between regular motion, direct motion, and retrograde motion. During the transition period, there is a time when the planet appears to be absolutely still, basically not moving at all, because it's moving in one direction, it slows down and starts moving in the other direction. So those 3 states are considered to be analogous to Sattvic, Tamasic, and Rajasic states. When a planet is retrograde, that is analogous to Tamasic state. When a planet is direct, it is analogous to Rajasic state. And when a planet is stationary, that is basically a Sattvic state of existence. In other words, look at it like this. Your mind is always racing, running with so many thoughts, wandering here and there. And when you meditate, when the mind becomes still, stationary transit is similar to the stillness, basically. When a planet is still, it has more ability to focus on where it is aspecting. So whichever point it is in conjunction with, whichever points it is aspecting, it will put more attention to it. Just like a still mind can put more attention to whatever it is contemplating. Similarly, a stationary planet can contemplate whatever that planet is coming in touch with by way of conjunction or aspect. So it is a very useful principle. You can see, but again, like Vanita ji correctly said in her presentation, don't expect events to happen on the date. If Saturn is stationary on this particular date and he's triggering a particular sensitive natal position, within a month, within 2-3 weeks plus minus from the date, something important corresponding to that point that was triggered can happen. So this is, again, I digress. This is also an important point. You can take it into consideration. But let's go back to Saturn-Mars conjunction. So like I said earlier, in natal charts, you can see that longitude where the conjunction occurred and what positions have been triggered, what any sensitive natal planet positions or house cusps in various divisional charts are triggered, and based on it you can make some expectations. You can have some assessment of what is likely. Let us, without wasting a lot of time on theory, let us just look at a few examples. So let us take the current time. Let's take the previous occurrence. And by the way, in Jagannath Hora, you can use this particular in the mundane tab. Click on the mundane tab, and you have this particular option, conjunction / opposition mode. You can pick Mars and Saturn, and there are various options. You can see when this planet is in conjunction or opposition or trine in the 5th house or in the 9th house, in the 4th house, in the 10th house, etc. So let's pick conjunction and before the current date. And if you see, the last Mars-Saturn conjunction happened on March 31st, 2020. And people may remember the date because it was around the time that the whole COVID thing broke in the world. That is when the pandemic started affecting our collective consciousness and everything went into standstill. And if you look at the, let's just look for the world instead of looking at, ignore the Lagna because this is for my place, South Grafton, Massachusetts. Just look at the moon for the whole world. You will see that in this particular chart, moon is afflicted by Rahu, and Mars and Saturn are conjoined at 8 degree Capricorn, and actually Jupiter, debilitated Jupiter is also close to them. And from moon, they're in the 8th house. So from moon, the 6th Lord Mars, the 7th Lord and Badhaka Lord Jupiter, and the 8th Lord Saturn are together. So this shows some major disturbance. So this particular transit has the potential to release a lot of negative energy, a disturbing energy into the world. Now, to see diseases and pandemics, the best chart for that is the Shashtamsa chart, D6 chart. So if you look at the D6 chart again, you will see that from moon, Saturn-Mars conjunction is occurring in the evil sign Scorpio, and also it is the 6th house of disease. So, and ignore Gudika there because that changes from place to place. Just look at the planets. So Saturn and Mars, again, they are the 8th and 6th lords. So 8th and 6th lord being in the 6th house, don't consider it to be Viparita Rajoga. In charts like D6 and D30, there is no Viparita Rajoga. There is only Viparita. There is only Viparita Anarogya Yoga, basically, Viparita disease yoga. There is no Rajoga here. So 8th Lord Saturn and 6th Lord Mars being together in the 6th house, and that too, this is an evil sign Scorpio. This is conducive to some major pandemic, etc. in the world. So this transit has the potential. Of course, this is only one factor, by the way. Don't make prediction just based on this factor. You can also look at the annual charts, the lunar New Year chart, etc. But this chart by itself is adding that negative energy that is conducive to the coming of a pandemic in the world during this year. Let us take the previous conjunction and let's make the chart specifically for Tel Aviv, because at the time the previous conjunction occurred, there were, I believe there were protests in Gaza protests. There was a major disturbance in Israel. So let's take the previous Mars-Saturn conjunction chart. Oops, it went back to the, do one more time. Click one more. Yeah. So it was on April 2, 2018, the Saturn-Mars conjunction, which occurred in the middle of Sagittarius. And in Sagittarius, who will dominate, Saturn or Mars? Mars is in a friendly sign. He's a fiery planet in a fiery sign. So he will dominate over Saturn. So Mars is the dominating planet here. And if you look from Lagna, I'm looking from Lagna here because I made for a specific country. I'm looking at it for Israel. And you can do the same thing for various countries. So Saturn and Mars are in the 4th house of sense of peace and comfort. 4th house is the house of Sukha, right? Sukhasthana. It shows peace, sense of having a clear direction, basically. So Sukhasthana is afflicted by 8th Lord Mars and the 6th Lord Saturn. So it shows Sukhalopa for the country. It is not a good combination. And if we look at the D30 chart, like I mentioned earlier, D30 is the chart that shows internal disturbances like riots, etc. in a country. And if you look at the D30, by the way, I haven't released the latest Jagannath Hora, this particular version of D30 is not available, but I will soon release a version which will have this D30. This is, okay. So in the D30 chart, you can see that again from Lagna, Mars and Saturn are in the 4th house of comfort. And Mars is the 6th lord, Saturn is the 8th lord. So 6th lord and 8th lord in the 4th house of Sukha is not really conducive to a sense of well-being in the country. The sense of well-being and the sense of having a clear direction is basically destroyed for the country during that time. So this combination can show the occurrence of riots, etc. Let's, for contrast, let us take a different year. I think 2014 was the year. There was a war, and around the Saturn-Mars conjunction time, there was actually peace finally. There was a peace agreement made. I forgot the exact date. I think it was in August or so. Let me just take December and find the previous date. And still for Tel Aviv. August 25. I think on August 24 or August 23rd, a couple of days around this date, there was a war in Gaza, Israel-Palestine war. And around this date, finally a peace agreement was made. So if we look at that, let us see let's look at the Navamsa chart for peace. So let us see. Okay. So at the time of the Saturn-Mars conjunction, you can see that in the Rasi chart, Lagna is Aries. Any questions? Okay. So Saturn is the 10th and 11th lord, and Mars is the Lagna lord, and they are conjoined in the 7th house of relationships. And Mars Saturn conjunction here is not particularly a bad yoga. Saturn is the 10th and 11th lord. He's a neutral planet for this Lagna, and also he's the 10th lord. So 10th lord and Lagna lord conjunction can actually be a Raj Yoga, because Lagna lord is also a trine lord. So this is actually a Raj Yoga. And moreover, most important thing is, like I said earlier, when Saturn and Mars are together, see which energy is dominating. Here, Saturn is exalted. So Saturnine energy dominates. So the energy of patience, the force of patience dominates over the force of aggression here. Mars is weaker. So from the Rasi chart, basically there is a possibility of peace. But look at the Navamsa chart. In the Navamsa chart, you will see that from Chandra Lagna, because Lagna is also is there, but Chandra Lagna is strong. Chandra is very powerful in one sign. So taking from Chandra Lagna, Mars is Yokaraka and Saturn is the 7th lord. He's 8th lord, but also he's the 7th lord of relationship. So 7th and 9th lords together in the 11th house is a good combination for diplomacy and having some kind of peace agreement, moreover in Venusian sign. So it is conducive. And even from Lagna, Saturn and Mars are in the 9th house. So this is not in a Venusian sign. So this is not particularly a bad combination. So overall, this particular occurrence caused peace rather than the other case where we saw a lot of internal disturbance. I will take one more example. In 2018, August, around the Saturn-Mars conjunction, there were a couple of big earthquakes, I believe on the same day or a couple of days apart in Myanmar and in Italy. Earthquakes around 6.5 on the Richter scale. I forget what the scale is called. I think it's Richter scale. So if I see December 9, 2018 and no, actually wrong. It is 2016 August, I believe. We already looked at 2018 conjunction, which brought the Gaza protests. 2 days. It started 2 days before the event. So if we see, yeah. So it was on August 24, 2016. I believe on the exact date or plus minus 1 day, there were a couple of major earthquakes in Myanmar and also in Italy. And if we see, And by the way, you have to take my word for it. I studied various natural disasters, and the chart I identified for those is the D40 chart. The D40 chart is based on seed 4. If you subtract multiples of 12, you get 4. So it basically shows mother. And in individual charts, it shows how we are aligned with Divine Mother's Shakti, how our efforts are aligned with the rhythm, the cosmic rhythm. And in the case of countries, it shows Mother Nature, how Mother Nature is for you or against you. So in Kṣaṇāti chart, at the time of major earthquakes, there is actually a research paper on my website. You can see several examples of earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. So D40 is the chart that I use for natural disasters. So if you look from the Chandralagna, you will see that Saturn is the 7th and 8th lord. So he's a Marka. 7th and 8th lord is a Marka, and he's in the 2nd house. So Saturn and Mars are together in the 2nd house, and they are Marka. Specifically, let's look for Italy. Make the chart for Italy. Rome. Okay, so if you look from the point of view of Italy, in the Rasi chart, you will see that Saturn and Mars, two natural malefics, specifically Mars is a Marka here, being the 2nd and 7th lord. So two malefics are in an evil sign in the 2nd house of death, and specifically one of them is a Marka. So this conjunction can cause some deaths in the country. And in the Kṣaṇāti chart, you will see that Saturn and Mars, they are okay. In the Kṣaṇāti chart, you will see that Saturn Lagna is Gemini, and Saturn and Mars are the 6th and 8th lords. 6th lord and 8th lord are together; they are conjoining, and they are in the sign of Leo. But if you look in the Bhavachakra, I use Bhavachakras in divisional charts also. I use divisional longitudes and see Bhavachakra. So from the Lagna, Saturn and Mars are in the 4th house of comfort, 4th house of Sukha. So whenever in the Kṣaṇāti chart, the 4th house of comfort is afflicted by 6th, 8th, and 12th lords or malefic planets, it basically shows some kind of natural disaster. And that is basically what happened here. One more thing I wanted to mention, though we've been talking only about Saturn-Mars conjunction here, there is another interesting transit. Saturn-Mars opposition is important, and also even more important is Mars in the 10th house from Saturn. When Mars is in the 10th house from Saturn, Saturn is aspecting Mars, has a full aspect on Mars, as well as because Saturn has full aspect on the 10th house, whereas Mars has full aspect on the 4th house from him. On the 4th and 8th house, Mars has a full aspect. So Mars in the 10th from Saturn means Mars and Saturn have full aspect on each other. And that is a very, very important transit. And I will show one quick example in 1939, I believe. 1939. That kind of transit, you can use Jagannath Hora to, Now, instead of conjunction, let us see quadrant 10th, Mars in the 10th house from Saturn before December 9, 1939. I believe it was September 23rd. So September 23rd, 1939, Mars is exalted and Saturn is debilitated. So Saturn is aspecting Mars and Mars is aspecting Saturn. So the patient Saturn is trying to influence the aggressive Mars, and the aggressive Mars is trying to influence the patient Saturn. But because Saturn is debilitated, he is losing. And because Mars is exalted, he is winning. So this transit caused really, really aggressive events in the world. And actually, I was looking at the World War II timeline, and it was on September 1 that the World War II started. September 17, Soviet Union invaded Poland. They joined forces with Germany, September 17. And on September 27, Poland was captured. So that was really the major trigger for the World War II. And that was basically around this transit when Saturn-Mars conjunction was occurring. So that's basically close to this conjunction. So that's a, so this is another transit that you should pay attention to. Don't basically ignore this particular transit. Now, let us look at the current year. So this is all in the past. Let us look at the coming.
Narasimha ji, how are we doing on time? How much longer in your presentation?
I just wanted to make one prediction for this year. That's it, basically.
Excellent. Excellent.
So maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, great.
So let us look at let us go back to conjunction. Okay. Not 1939. We want current time. So I'm making a chart for Beijing, China for today's date, and find the next Saturn-Mars conjunction. No, wrong conjunction. So this year, by the way, this conjunction occurs roughly every 2 years. And the next conjunction is happening on April 5, 2022. So you can see that it occurs at the end of Capricorn. At the fag end of Capricorn, and both Mars and Saturn are very strong. So this is a very tricky case because Saturn is in one sign and Mars is exalted. So both of them are really powerful. So it's like peace and aggression and patience, basically. They both fight a tug of war during this time. And if you look at the chart for China, you will see that from Chandralagna, Saturn and Mars conjunction occurs in the 8th house. So in general, for the world, for foreign relations between various countries, this is a bad year. This conjunction is bad. It will trigger negative energies in the world with respect to various countries getting along with each other because Saturn and Mars are in the 8th house from Moon. And specifically for China, if you look in the Rashi chart from the Lagna, Saturn and Mars conjunction occurs in the 8th house. So 6th and 8th Lord in the 8th house. So that is a Viparita Rajoga. So it shows some negative developments and basically coming out aggressively to overcome those events. And in the Navamsa chart of relations with other countries, you will see that Mars is the Lagna Lord and he's in the 11th house and he's joining Saturn, the 3rd Lord. So, and also Mars is the 6th Lord. So 6th Lord of war, 3rd Lord of initiative and energy, drive, being in the 11th house, that is a really strong combination for the country being aggressive. And apart from it, this is one factor. And also I see I looked at the Lunar New Year chart and that also basically is conducive. So one thing I was expecting for the March-April timeframe is for China to be aggressive and China to possibly engage in some kind of aggression in its neighborhood, possibly in the Taiwan area. And you can make a similar chart for Taipei and you can see some trouble around that transit time. And there is another thing that people are concerned about. Russia is showing some negative signs, aggressive signs in the Ukraine area. But looking at the same chart for Russia, I basically see that they will show a lot of aggression, but they will back off. They won't really do anything in Ukraine. But I suspect that in the March, April, May timeframe, China may engage in some kind of aggression in the Taiwan timeframe. It may not result in a full-scale war at this time, but this will be the seed for a future war in this decade. And before I conclude, I just want to show one quick example of natal charts because I've been only focusing on the mundane charts. If you see, for example, 2016, let's say September 1, in August, there was a conjunction. I forget the exact date. So if you say September 1 and look at the previous Saturn-Mars conjunction chart, what did I do? Oh, I said after, that's why. I should be before. It was in August that I wanted to look at. So on August 24, 2016, there was a Saturn-Mars conjunction And this is at 17 degrees Scorpio. And this conjunction was actually very good for Donald Trump. He was a candidate at that time. And a couple of weeks before that, he was nominated as the Republican Party nominee in the Republican National Convention. And also around that time, he brought in Steve Bannon, who played an important role in his election. So he got a lot of things right at that time. So this was a great time for his pursuit of political power. And you can see that we said the conjunction occurred around 16 degree Scorpio, 16 degree Capricorn, Scorpio. And if you look at his natal chart, look at the Dasamcha chart, because that is the chart that shows career. And you will see that there is a Rajoga in Scorpio between Venus and Mercury. Lagna Lord and the 9th Lord are together in the 2nd house. In the 5th house from Ghatika Lagna, which is important for power. And if you look at the Dasamsa divisional longitudes, Venus is at 22 degree and Mercury is at 19 degree. And the conjunction of Saturn Mars was within 5 degrees from that. It was around the 17 degrees. So that triggered the natal Rajoga. So that transit was really important for him. It basically enabled him to engage in some aggressive activities, which were good for his career. So like this, you can see for your own chart, whenever Saturn Mars conjunction occurs, see if it is triggering any important natal positions. And if it is, you can assess based on what positions are being triggered, what energies are being triggered, you can expect what kind of things may happen. So that is all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
PVRG, thank you so much. What a honor it is to learn from you, and this powerful, both, you know, on a mundane, natal, international level, the power of this transit as it's happening now, but also historically throughout, you know, our history, the great impact that these two planets have had when they're conjunct, aspecting each other in different ways. Incredible. Let me just, 1 second. Let me just open up the panel and see if anyone would like to comment on the nature of this conjunction, ask PVRG any questions or anything they'd like to share. Okay, excellent. I just wanted to thank all the panelists. Oh, please, Visti Ji.
I was wondering if anybody else would start. I got excited. So I just wanted to add something that's because the way Narasimha you went about it, it was so lovely that you showed the principle that we need Mars-Saturn conjunction or Mars-Saturn mutual drishti, and I hope Allan is going to get into their speeds. But it's Mars-Saturn is in Capricorn, so that's the problem. And we learned that means that because it's a movable sign, we call this Dhatu Rashi, right? Mm-hmm. So our worry is about the resources, the minerals and resources of the planet. Like the tech industry is having a big problem with getting enough of microchips, and there's a lack of resources and minerals to create those chips as well, the right metals and whatnot. So that's obviously what you're brought about is going to be the big tension, and countries have had problems with each other over such issues about where those minerals and resources are coming from. So that's obviously what we're going to be dwelling on, adding that dimension to what you've been doing, Narasimha. So
yeah, actually, I think you're great point. I think rare earths are the new oil. The previous wars were over oil. The next world war is going to be on rare earth materials.
Indeed. I mean, that's why we have, you know, SpaceX going to the moon to, you know, start digging up there too, and later Mars. But never mind that. If that becomes a race, good, it's going to the moon and not somewhere else. But particularly Capricorn is called Nirasadipa, which is the Lord of Minerals, which is what this is all about. So great work. Just having that addition makes I think that dimension more interesting, I think, for us particularly. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to thank all the panelists for their patience. As a host, it's always difficult to, you know, say, hurry up when you're just receiving so much knowledge and wisdom and information. So for the panelists that are waiting on the tail end to present, I want to thank you for your patience, very much so. Next, I would like to have Dr. Andrew Foss. get into his very exciting elaboration on Rahu's transit this year.
Thank you very much. So it's quite appropriate. I'm following my dear friend PVR G, and I'm just going to take a small leaf out of his book and show you the output you get from Sri Jyotisha for the Saturn ingresses. So you see in the last column here, if you can see it, it's got this Murti Nirnayana. So you get this from the Panchangan Transit Report page. Good, so let's focus on the Rahu in Bharani. So this is also going to touch on, follow a bit on from what some of the things he said. So let's see, I want to share this. I was born with one of those transit things you were mentioning, so I've always watched it. Good. So I've been, doing a little bit of mundane for a long time because I am the editor of the Gochara magazine, and I was writing editorials every year. And I noticed that following the transits of Rahu was one of the best ways of keeping a track of mundane events. Now, of course, Rahu is the planet of fear and shock and scandal. So, it's not always the happiest results you get from it, but it definitely gives us some kind of indication. So what I noticed in the last round of, about 18 years ago or so, when Rahu went into Gemini, which is one of its very strong signs, and then Taurus, which is another very strong sign, and then Aries, which is frighteningly intense for Rahu, it was a big disturbance in the world. We had a serious disturbance, mainly around terrorism. So then I was thinking, okay, when Rahu goes back into Gemini, what is going to happen? And well, we got the pandemic along with a lot of other serious problems. So now we're down to the nakshatra level. Actually, the last talk I gave was Rahu in Kritika. So I thought, let's have a look at Bharani. And now, as probably some of you know, I wrote a book on the mantras of the different planets. It's just the standard traditional mantras. I collected them and did a small translation and commentary. And since Rahu is, a bit frightening and a bit shocking and all that, I thought I'd start with some of the very beautiful mantras of Rahu, which could act perhaps as remedies for our suffering, if we are suffering. But first, let me remember the Guru. Om Guruve Namah. Om Guruve Namah. Om Guruve Namah. Om Saraswatyai Namah. Om Bhakta Rakshaya Namah. Om Bhakta Rakshaya Namah. Om Sarvabhishta Palapradaya Namah. So what we see is that Rahu protects the devotees. In other words, Rahu is the one with the big head, right? He's got a very big head. That's all he's got. The body was gone. It was cut by Lord Vishnu. So he has to rely on his head. So all kinds of cleverness, high intelligence, manipulation, all of this that goes on. This is all Rahu. And this is what has got us into the big mess that we're in right now. It's very powerful application of Rahu. And of course, when we say someone has a big head, we usually mean they have an exaggerated ego, right? So if you have a big ego, you're not a devotee. It's not possible to be devoted to anything really devoted, real devotion, unless you are in a state of great humility, because you have to put your head on the floor, right? And nobody with a big head puts their head on the floor. So what does happen? What does Rahu do? If you have a big head, he's giving you serious trouble. But if your head is on the floor, he's protecting you. So it's very good. You know, the mantra reminds us of this. And then when he's protecting you, he's not just protecting you. And if Rahu is protecting you, it's like if Mother Durga is protecting you, no one can touch you. There's just simply nobody else who can touch you. But it's not just protection. He can give you anything and everything you like. Sarva Bhishtapala Pradaya means he's the giving all of whatever you want, basically. But of course, if you're very humble, you're not asking for any evil thing. You're not going to ask for somebody else's suffering or some fancy, you know, like I want a $500 million yacht. And of course, in the production of that yacht, so many mountains will have to be dug up, so much carbon dioxide will have to be produced. A huge amount of damage will be done to the planet. But I don't care because I am a billionaire. I want this yacht, you see. So Rahu is not going to help with that. He's going to cause trouble with that, for sure. So anyway, start on a very high note. So Bharani, 41 Ariatis, the Yogatar, the principal star of Bharani, this star is 160 times brighter than the sun. It's quite strong. Now the transit of Rahu in Bharani is through this, it's retrograde. So it starts at the 2640 and it goes through to the 1340 degrees of Aries. Everybody knows that. And the transit actually starts on the 14th of June this year. And it goes through to the 20th of February next year. So this is the period of the Bharani transit. And we want to look particularly at this year's part of it. Now, what about Bharani? Bharani's devata is Yama, Dharma Raja. I mean, rather than write the god of death, I thought it's nicer to say Dharma Raja. What is his job? His job is to see his guy, Chandragupta, who is related to Ketu, is keeping record. Everything you do, every thought, everything that you experience is being stored in the Akasha, in the karmic record. And, there's some kind of consequences to everything. Nothing is without consequence. We know this from physics. So that force which delivers the effect, the consequence, is the Dharma Raja. And his role is to take away the life when the karma is expired. When our karma is expired, we're happy to go, really, because there's nothing left for us to do on this place. And he guides the soul through to the next phase of its evolution. So this is all positive. People say it's fierce. I mean, nobody really wants to meet the god of death, do they? I mean, some great yogis would probably be having no problem at all with it. But for most of us, it's a bit frightening. Now, what happens during Bharani? We know during Aries, we have the exaltation of the sun. But in Bharani, we have the debilitation of Shani at 20 degrees. And that's reached on October 17th. So we could pay attention to these dates. October 17th is another date. And what happens when Shani is totally debilitated, according to the Puranas, it's a point of helplessness, frustration, and anger. There's the whole story of Shani and Yama, his brother, actually, half-brother, and what went on in the family that left Shani feeling very frustrated. So we have to kind of push back against this kind of emotion during this transit. We don't want to be a victim of it, but we may experience it. Now, because the Rahu is considered to be retrograde, Of course, the true node has some moments of directness, but in Jyotish, we consider it a retrograde motion. And it is a kind of minor version of the big retrograde motion, which is the precession of the equinoxes or the solstices. So the precession of the vernal equinox is generally looked at for the big picture of what's going on in the world for humanity. So I think whenever I'm looking at Rahu, I like to see what happened when the precession reached that particular point. And when it reached Bharani, it was about 3,100 years ago, and there was an almost total collapse of civilization, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean, where most of the civilization was at that stage as far as Europe was concerned. And even though there was lots of fighting and things, the real root of it was the climate change. Because of drought, people started running away from where they were and they couldn't eat, and they invaded other places, big fighting. So the actual fighting was rooted really in the droughts, according to the research that's been done. So it was not a great time for civilization as we understand it. And you know, there's some little bit of that energy which the Rahu transit will bring. Of course, that is what we're facing right now, but I think a lot of us haven't really kind of woken up to the extent of it. Now, the first thing I'd just like to mention is that the best medical advice that's coming through now is the pandemic should be over by March. Omicron is just kind of wiping out the other variations that were more dangerous, and it's going to surge through and then it'll be fading away, according to the doctors. It's not my opinion. Of course, I was expecting it, but it's the doctor's opinion. And this will give a sense of relief. Everyone will kind of go back to business as usual within a few weeks. But unfortunately, those paying attention realize that business as usual is literally killing us. It is absolutely not sustainable. And this is a small quote from one of the great yogis, Sadhguru, I heard a few days ago after his various meetings with people. He said, those who know what is really going on say that things are much worse than anyone imagines. And this is true. If you start looking at the whole science, all the different aspects of the big picture, it is, it's pretty intense. So if the pandemic fades away, is it going to be just everything fine again? No, not likely, because nature is still a bit upset. So we have to see the possibility of what kind of drama may follow. Now, if we look at the Chaitra Shukla chart, which has already been shown by Visti, and then we look at the entry of Rahu into Bharani, and we look at various other factors, we see there's a danger of conflict coming up. And even our PVR has hinted at this or indicated this. So I'm going to look a little bit at the Chaitra Shukra chart. Now, it could be bad or it could be very, very bad, depending on how the nations cope with the situation. But whatever happens, it's likely is not going to be good for the world economy. Now, that may not be good or bad. It depends on your viewpoint. You know, what we heard from COP26 and these other big climate change discussions is that the fossil fuel consumption needs to go down by 5% per year. Now, if you imagine what happens to the economy if you reduce fossil fuels by 5%, then you should think, you know, I mean, normally fossil fuel consumption going up meant GDP going up, economy increasing. So it's really to do with a reduction in consumption, which is going to be very challenging. So then we have to think, do we want a gradual reduction in consumption, or we want everything consuming like we are at the moment, and then one day, total disaster? We have to think. Anyway, I don't dwell on that too much. Now, but this is the Chaitra Shukla chart for this year. I think we've seen it already, but I wanted to point out some different things. If you notice down the bottom, we have the Vimshotri Dasha compressed into 1 year. Because the question is, this is the chart for China. I'm following PVR here. And the same chart for Taiwan. It's only very, very marginal difference. Even the Navamsa of the ascendant doesn't change. So we have this wonderful conjunction of Saturn and Mars in the 7th house. And we have a nice drishti of Rahu on it as well. So it's a pretty intense situation. The two great gurus, who would probably give some good advice, are somewhat sandwiched between malefics and in the 8th house and in Aquarius. And the Lord of Aquarius is part of this, Shani and Rahu is part of the very dangerous situation. 7th house, if Yama, Saturn and Mars means Yama. Varani is Yama. It's people leave and all that. So when that comes in the 7th house, it's a particularly dangerous situation. So then the question is, if we look at the dashas, which of these dashas are more dangerous? So I would like to suggest, well, Venus could be dangerous. Venus is with Jupiter, but its lord is Shani and Rahu. So there is some connection to the dangerous part of the yoga. Then maybe Mars, look at September. And then Rahu, October. So this seems to be the more difficult times. And so this is like June, and we're talking September, October. We see these are the times that we've already flagged, or the phase of the year that we've already flagged. So this is definitely, I'm in confluence with my colleague here about the risk situation. So there's also another chart called the Ashada Shukla chart. And this is when you have the new moon in Gemini. So actually you can draw 4 charts. The Chaitra Shukla is the new moon in Pisces, then you have Gemini, Virgo, and Sagittarius. And each one gives us some kind of commentary on the subsequent 3 months. And the Ashada Shukla chart is also very interesting and strongly suggests the need for the worship of Shiva. Actually, it's very interesting. You look at it, it very strongly suggests a remedy based on the worship of Shiva. And so I'm just saying, those who can or do, can organize Rudrabhishekam should please consider doing it, because we do not want any kind of serious war breaking out. That would be disastrous for everybody. And it would be very hard for the world to recover. It might never recover, actually. Each blow to the current civilization is not something that we can recover from, really. It may never get fixed. Like, for example, when the Russians took Crimea, the relationship between Russia and the West has never recovered. It's just a permanent state of sanctions and aggravation. And we see this incredible boom of, and that was all Mars, Saturn, if you look at the charts for that. So you see this incredible arms race that's going on. We have a worse arms race now than we had at the time of the Cold War, with all these terrible hypersonic missiles that are very difficult to defend against. And then those of us who can't organize Rudrabhishekam, we should be very strong on our spiritual practices, because the worship or the experience of the self is the ultimate Rudrabhishekam, I would say. Rudra Abhishekam means you're pouring water on the linga. That's what the outer manifestation of it. But really it's direct experience of the self that is the primary form of the worship. So you see, the challenge is we think, okay, we're going to put up solar panels, but as fast as we put up solar panels, people are building crypto mining, and they're using about the same amount of electricity as all the solar panels in the world are producing. It's Rahu, you see, that big head, with so clever, you see, and it's so compelling. All I have to do is buy a few computers, I get free money, basically. It's just, people think it's a no-brainer, but that's because it is. They're not applying their brains in an intelligent way. It's, you know, we have to think more intelligently. Now, another example of lack of brains is that the governments are saying we're going renewable, but 50%, I understand, of the so-called renewable energy in Europe, and a large part, I think about 43% of the renewable energy in America is actually burning wood grown in America. The wood is pelletized, shipped across to Europe or around the States, and they burn it. But it turns out burning wood is more polluting than burning coal. But they say it's renewable because eventually some tree may grow in the place you cut it down. I mean, this is just so stupid. But this is what is going on. It's just a joke, you see. And why is that? Because it's Rahu. Rahu out of control in the minds of the people, instead of really applying ourselves what we need to do. So what do we need to do? So the UN says we have 60 harvests left before the bulk of the world's soils are exhausted. Another clever thing we did was we invented this green revolution, intensive fossil fuel-based farming. Fossil fuels produce fertilizers, fossil fuels produce pesticides and herbicides and all that. And this was a big success to begin with. That's why we have 7 billion people, but it's destroyed the soils. And soils are humus, you know, the humus is the thing that's vital. We call it humus. And the word human comes from the word humus or humic. That's where the word human, we are the soil. That's what we are. If we weren't, every time we eat, we're consuming the soil and making it into ourselves. So really it's no soil, no people. So this is one of the many crises, but it has been determined that the easiest thing for us to address actually is to regenerate the soils. So I'm mentioning this because we all need to know these things, and having given you perhaps some shocks with the Rahu and Bharani, we should think about what we can do. Soils can be regenerated fairly easily with a shift to sustainable natural farming practices and planting trees around watersheds that will stop flooding, which is a very big problem at the moment, and so forth, and stop cutting down the existing forests. Now, the World Economic Forum has identified soil regeneration as the most effective path to address the rising crisis. It reduces CO2 production, it staves off famine, it reduces pollution and more. And we should think about the pollution because apparently it's a fact that the men in the rural areas of the United States have half the sperm count of the men in the cities. And overall, the sperm counts are dropping so fast that within 10 years, it becomes, the average man is below the viability level. They still may have an odd child, but it's an absolute serious crisis. And because of this difference between the cities and the rural areas, the scientists feel it's because of the agricultural chemicals, the pesticides, basically, and herbicides. There are other things. If you carry a cell phone around, if you're a man and you carry a cell phone around in your pocket, that has been shown to reduce your sperm count. Just, you know, we should be aware of these things. So anyway, this is a very serious thing as far as humanity's survival is concerned. And we should all be concerned, even people of my age, because we may be looking for a chance to reincarnate, hey? We want babies to be born, right? So I'm offering you a couple of resources here. The first thing is a a plan produced by the World Economic Forum, you know, the big guys in Davos. They're trying to get the corporations of the world to do something about this. And then consciousplanet.org, which is being organized by Sadhguru and his Isha Foundation, to really get people motivated about doing something about the soils. Because if there's a sort of a mass movement to improve the soils, then it will work. It's already happening in some parts of India. And it's a serious problem, like 60-something% of the soil in India has basically been dropped below the viable point of farming. And this is what's really triggering this effort, you know, because the number of, you know, the population in India and the number of young people and therefore the number of births, 17 million more people every year. Sorry about that. So anyway, it's a serious thing. So if you want to go to consciousplanet.org, you can volunteer to help with the whole project. So I'm just, you know, this is a small thing, because otherwise, when we have our astrological conventions and we discuss all the technical stuff, it's all business as usual kind of thing. But business as usual is no longer viable. And this transit of Rahu through Bharani is really going to bring this into our face. That's the point. It's going to become more intense and more challenging. And we have to be doing something about it. We can't just sit back and say somebody else's problem, you know? So anyway, that's my small appeal. And I'm grateful for the chance to speak. And if we remember those mantras of Rahu, it may help us personally. So I was told 15 minutes, and I don't know how many minutes I've spoken, but this is what I thought to say.
Dr. Foss, that was so important for all of us to hear. Definitely the nature of the transit, but the importance of things that we can do to kind of, you know, help with some of these situations, both in our individual lives, and what are some of these crucial issues that this brings up that as a collective we need to do something about. So I'm just so grateful for you joining us today. Does anyone here have anything they would like to share or comment on Dr. Foss's presentation? Visti ji?
Thank you, Andrew. Namaste. Lovely work, and thank you for giving us a run of what we should be doing and thinking about this transit. I have a question. You mentioned in passing the Ashada Shukla chart.
Yes.
And
it's
you
very
mentioned,
interesting. You can see it. We can show it if you like.
Well, you just mentioned it, and I was curious what you had discovered from it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've got it here. So let's just switch the. You see, what it is there are these 4 charts, and each one is related to one of the Varnas, as I understand it. Like the Chaitra Shukla is for the Brahmins, right? You probably know this, Visti. Right? So anyway, the Ashada Shukla is also important. And PVR, I'm sure, would agree with me on that. And so this is the chart for, this is the right chart. Yeah, this is June, you see. So June's rather important because a lot of this Bharani energy is all happening in June. And there are other charts I've looked at that are pointing a bit towards June. So what we see is we have this wonderful Mars-Rahu conjunction, which has just started at the time of this chart. And it's aspected by Shani. And Jupiter is very nicely crushed inside the 8th house. So, you know, this is the China chart again. So it's a bit concerning. But there's one very interesting thing which you might enjoy, Vistiji, is that if you look at the degree of the Sun-Moon conjunction, and you look at the degree of the Jupiter, you see they're all in the 14th degree of the sign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So those of us, studied with Sanjay and all that, we know this indicates serious Shiva remedy. Sorry.
Yeah, Chaturdashi.
Yeah, this is the Chaturdashi dosha kind of situation. So that's why I was making my little plug for the Rudram. It's because that's the thing, that is the remedy. Otherwise, these Shani, Rahu, Mangal is going to become too troublesome. And Rahu is in Maranakara Kastana.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you. I was learning something.
Oh, that's right. I learn every time I listen to you too.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Foss G, and everyone who's still with us now as we get into the latter portion of our summit today. I'd like to thank our anchors for the summit, Allan Annand and Eve Mendoza, for holding the space as we get into these very exciting culminative presentations. Before we get to the moksha vibrations that Eve is going to present, I'm very excited to hear Allan's elaboration on Gati. Allan, the floor is yours.
Unmute. Okay. I need to be unmuted.
You're unmuted. We can hear
Okay,
you.
I'm good. All right. All right. So I'll just take note of my website here. I'm going to make reference to it later for separate reasons. Okay. Why am I not advancing here? Here we go. Okay, so everyone knows that planets have speeds. Here's a table that establishes, average speed for all the, I should say, grahas rather than planets, because sun and moon are not strictly planets. They have, maximum rates of speed. They have lower rates of speed. That's all shown here. This is sort of a big picture of speeds. We can dive down into that a little bit further and get greater detail. For instance, here's another table which looks at direct motion only, not strictly so, but mostly what is called marga, which is direct motion. Vikala on the far right is stationary, and not shown here is Vakra when grahas engage in retrograde motion. But within forward motion, within marga, there are various classes of forward speed. Starting towards the right-hand side, we have what is called mandatara, which is very slow, manda, which is slow, sama, which is regular or average speed, chara, which is fast, and atachara, which is very fast, and you could consider it sort of, dangerously fast and, somewhat at risk of perhaps going off the rails. As we see down in the bottom row, Rahu, Ketu have a very regular motion. They never go slow, nor fast, nor stationary. They are permanently retrograde. So that's why there's only a single entry. So these rates that are shown here are daily rates of motion expressed for the most part in degrees and minutes. And then for the outer planets, minutes only per day. So I thought it would be useful to take a look at what's going on in 2022. So now some of you are perhaps familiar with looking at graphic ephemerides plotted against a 45-degree or 90-degree scale, so on and so forth. This is not that. This is strictly a graph showing relative daily motions for the three outer planets only, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. So the curve, and this is all hand constructed. I'll flash forward briefly here. I entered a table into Microsoft Excel and then plotted a graph. If I wasn't such a lazy bugger, I would have plotted this every week instead of just every 2 weeks, and I would have got a smoother curve down here in Mars motion towards the end of the year. Be that as it may, this will, illustrate what is going on. So if we go back to this table, whoops, here, for instance, notice that Mars is considered fast up until between 31 and 41, it's considered fast. From 41 to 52, it's considered very fast. So actually, here's what we have. Here's the forward motion, 40 degrees a day, 50 degrees a day. Mars's max is 52. Mars is not there, but Mars is certainly well above 42. So this whole curve we see Mars moving at for the first half of the year, Mars is technically atichara, moving very fast, dangerously fast. Read into that what you will, knowing that Mars is the avatar for war, of course, and many other things. If we look at the other planets as well, too, again, a quick look back at this table, Jupiter is considered fast at 5 to 11 minutes per day, but very fast, 11 to 16. Back to this graph. You can eyeball this and say Jupiter is roughly at 15 minutes per day from, certainly in the spring, and then, drops below 10 around the middle of the year. A quick look at Atichara, at Saturn's motion, considered chara, or fairly fast, 3 to 5.5. Very fast, 5.5 to 9. Back to this graph, you can see that Saturn here does not qualify for atichara. It's more, well, it is at the first of the year, but at the time that this event comes along, which is the Mars-Saturn conjunction, which occurs on the 4th of April in our part of the world, 5th of April in other parts of the world. This is something that I'll focus on here. You can see at this time, at that date, Mars conjunct Saturn, Mars is definitely atichara, moving very fast. Jupiter also atichara, moving very fast. Saturn moving moderately fast on that same date. So in this whole graph, everything here above this dotted line is obviously direct motion. Towards the middle of the year or into the summer, Jupiter slows down until somewhere's around, this is not really detailed in terms of this graph creation. In early part of August, Saturn slows down to stationary and then goes retrograde. So when the speed line crosses this dotted line, that's when the planet goes stationary. And then when it's below that dotted line, that's when it's retrograde. So you'll see Jupiter is retrograde for a period from August through till roughly almost December. There's an interesting point in the latter part of the year where you can see Mars in forward motion and then starts slowing down a lot in the fall. And basically it reaches a, stationary, it goes retrograde in the last days of October. And right around the same time, Saturn that was retrograde from June through to latter part of October, Saturn goes direct, stationary direct, and then direct. So consider this as a kind of an inflection point where both Mars and Saturn have ceased to go forward or retrograde, as the case may be, and are kind of at this stationary point, which is called either Kutala or Vikala, which is zero forward motion, where, the planets can be considered to be, that so-called deer frozen in the headlights on the highway, as a semi-trailer bears down him, frozen in place and somewhat immobilized, somewhat incapable of performing their functions temporarily right around that week when they are both stationary. Back to this. The other key thing, the key things we want to take from this is that this particular event, which this graph is really just leading up to, the Mars-Saturn conjunction. So when conjunctions of true planets occur, you do get the phenomenon of planetary war, or Graha Yuddha. So let me go forward to this. You know, these blue lines here are really just correlate with these highlighted points in this table that I've prepared. Mars and Jupiter going very fast, almost 90% of their capacity. Saturn at that date, early April, roughly 60% of its capacity. And then of course, in the end of October, and this is just an approximation, 1st of November, they're going very slow, you know, negative rates of forward motion, and very slow in all cases. So what are the consequences of a Mars-Saturn planetary war, Graha Yuddha? You know, the general thesis for Graha Yuddha is that consider them, you know, two world-class heavyweights. And technically, there are ways of determining which of the two is the winner of such a battle. But in a 15-round fight between two world-class heavyweights, there's a winner, yeah, maybe on technical points, but the next day, neither one of those guys feels very good. They feel like they pretty much almost died and were resuscitated to live with all the pain of the consequences of that fight. So in planetary war, you know, in terms of avastas, although technically there is a winner, both are also kind of losers as well, too. Think of any major war. There's always so much collateral damage that even the winner typically suffers to some significant degree. Anyway, well, we can play word association games when we talk about Mars and Saturn, and they evoke certain themes in their battle. So, you know, on the geological level, you know, you can get earthquakes. You can get volcanic activity. I mean, this is happening already, but we can look forward to perhaps more of that, especially in the spring. On the mechanical level, you know, you can have transportation accidents, you know, train wrecks, plane crashes, all sorts of things like that. On an industrial level, you know, fires, explosions, mining disasters, because of course Saturn rules, you know, natural resources, and especially things under the earth. In the financial world, we could expect shocks to the system of some kind. And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, we've seen so many violent retractions of 200 to 300 points on the Dow Jones just in the past year. You know, the Dow Jones has always recovered, but, you know, people are like extremely nervous about what's going to happen with ongoing pandemic circumstances. You know, Andrew alluded to this. You know, what if you try to dial back fossil fuel consumption by 5%? I mean, for some people, they're going to have a head explosion when they hear that. You know, the commodity futures in terms of oil and other things like that, there's going to be major panic. Let's be reminded that Mars has two satellites. Their names are Phobos and Deimos, which are the names for panic and fear. So, you know, in the stock market, they have these so-called circuit breakers that when the stock index falls by 7%, it's like, okay, shut everything down, everybody sit down, take a deep breath, cool off, don't get into panic selling any further. And sometimes these these circuit breakers are triggered multiple times. And they have these critical points. If this index drops 7% in a day, you know, they'll shut it down. Likewise for 13%, likewise, God forbid, 20%. But we may see these circuit breakers coming into play in this coming year. On the domestic level, you know, you get protests, you get riots, you get police brutality, and so on and so forth. National security level, you've got saber rattling of some sort, military incursions, you know, Narasimha alluded to, China and Taiwan, and that's been something that's brewing for the longest while. China's making, military flyovers, testing Taiwan's ability to respond. This is going to get closer and closer to actual shots being fired. Meanwhile, Russian-Ukraine border, Russia is amassing troops as well, posturing about how Ukraine really belongs to Russia, and it's just a matter of time before they ought to take it back. And so diplomacy is being tested to a great degree at this time as well, too. On the political level, you could get no confidence votes of some sort. I mean, I think Boris Johnson, for instance, is pretty close to facing a political crisis where a lot of his party members are showing less and less confidence in his ability to lead, to govern. Economic sanctions are being talked about, certainly in the European community, the NATO community, if Russia emboldens itself to, make a strike upon the Ukraine. And, in the medical arena, well, herd immunity, people like the sound of this, herd immunity will be achieved, but, nobody seems to, want to embrace the notion that to have herd immunity, perhaps 20% of the herd will have to die before the rest of the herd has immunity. I mean, this is pretty frightening stuff. So, hopefully it's not going to come to that. But I mean, all these sort of things, can be summoned to the fore in terms of things to keep you awake at night, contemplating a war in the sky, which reflects a war of sorts on Earth. So just, regarding that planetary war, I wanted to show you something which I was able to assemble. I recently went through a 2-month webinar this past summer with Hart Defoe regarding heliacal phases of the planets. And he was bemoaning the fact that, too many astrologers spend all their time with their astrological software and view the world through that. And they don't bother to go outside on a starry night and look at the sky and be reminded of what's up there. So I thought I would take this opportunity to do that, specifically with respect to the Saturn-Mars conjunction and the planetary war that did occur. In my part of the world, it's something like 21:50 at night, so 10 minutes to 10 p.m. In my part of the world, and therefore everything else on the eastern seaboard of Canada and the US is when it technically occurs. In order to get a view of this, I had to sort of dial forward or backwards to get some daylight hours so I could get a horizon visible and see Saturn and Mars in action. So actually this little snapshot, with the use of some freebie software called Stellarium, and if anybody's interested in getting a view of the sky, I mean, it's a little bit hard to learn the software, but you can do some pretty basic stuff with it. So here's a snapshot on the 5th of April, which is the morning after the planetary war. Now, be reminded that all planets here that are visible are moving from right to left because that is the direction of the zodiac being advanced. So Saturn and Mars here are both at 28 Capricorn and change, and Venus is, I think, in early Pisces at this moment. I could verify that here. No, sorry, in Aquarius. What am I saying? Yeah, Saturn and Mars are in late Capricorn, Venus in early Aquarius. So the planetary war that exists, I wanted to use this opportunity to talk briefly about this. The rules for the winner of planetary war are relatively simple. Elevation and brightness. And so you can see very easily in this particular snapshot, Saturn is above Mars. They are both south declination, but if you think of this as a kind of an underwater phenomenon, Mars is further underwater, call it 15 feet, than Saturn is, which is 1456. So Saturn is more elevated because Mars is further south, if you like, than Saturn is of the ecliptic. So that's one thing. Saturn has greater elevation, and that's one factor in its favor. But furthermore, It also has greater magnitude. Now, in the scheme of planetary and stellar magnitudes, minus is always brighter. And so we're not interested in Venus and Jupiter in this particular planetary war, but I wanted to put up their magnitudes here just to illustrate. Here's Jupiter magnitude -2. Here it is over here. And it's not real easy to see because it's in the ambient light of the eastern sky, which is starting to be brightened by the sun, which will come up, you know, not too many minutes later. This is my kind of cutoff point before the sun really came up and ruined the picture. But you can see Jupiter is pretty bright, and it's hard to judge that it's brighter than Mars or Saturn, but it is. There's no doubt, though, with Venus. You can see how very much brighter it is. And notice it has a bigger number, but a minus number, which means that it is indeed brighter. So keep that in mind. The higher the positive number, the less bright it is. So in this case, Mars has got the highest number, 0.98, which means that it's actually less bright than Saturn at 0.83. So by both measures of power in planetary war, elevation, Saturn has got it, it's higher. And in terms of brightness as well too, Saturn is higher as well. Therefore, in the planetary war, we expect Saturn to prevail to a greater degree than Mars would. So then let's go forward and have a look at a chart. This is the actual snapshot, my part of the world when this Graha Yuddha took place. Happened to be Libra rising. Mars and Saturn are here in the 4th house in Capricorn. You see the exact degrees where that occurs. So what's of interest to me, aside from, you know, this Graha Yuddha, is that this occurs under a Kala Sarpa configuration as well too. Never mind you know, some people think, well, as soon as Moon is outside that Rahu Ketu axis, it's technically not a Kala Sarpa. Well, it is. It's a type 4 Kala Sarpa. It's still within that category of the Kala Sarpa configuration, where half of the chart is on one side of the nodal axis, and the other half is essentially empty. So one of the basic premises of a Kala Sarpa configuration is that it magnifies everything else which exists in the chart. And in this case, we'd simply want to focus on this Mars, Saturn, Graha Yuddha. Now, what's going on there? We see that Saturn is the stronger of the two by these both measures of greater elevation and greater brightness. Even if we didn't have that to refer to, we might also say that Saturn is the more powerful of these two, because the basic premise of Avastas is that a planet that is exalted is never as strong as a planet that is actually Swarashi. Consider this, you know, sign Rashi Capricorn to be the domain of Saturn. Saturn could say, Mars, you're treated very well in this domain, but this is my home, and I could ask you to leave. Mars is just passing through, a sort of an exalted visitor. Saturn is the true owner, landlord of this property. So Saturn rules here over Mars as well too. Nevertheless, this is a war, and it's, you know, very close in terms of the contest as well too, because we saw back in this previous, whoops, sorry, what did I do? I'm sorry. View, slideshow from beginning, from current slide. Whoops, what have I lost here? Ugh. Sorry, from beginning. Bear with me. So back in this, you see how very close they are, Saturn and Mars, and even in brightness and declination. So it's a real judgment call. But war it is. interestingly, I thought I would just throw up the chart of Vladimir Putin. Now, this is a hypothetical chart, admittedly, but I've made my case for this probably last year in an article I wrote and posted on my website, and that's the only reason I referred to my website. So Google navamsa.com and Putin, and you'll see my argument for this particular chart. The only thing I want to draw your attention to is that this Mars-Saturn Graha Yuddha occurs in his fourth house. Now, the fourth house is, one's property, one's home, one's land, one's country. And it is a matter of pride for Putin to regain Ukraine, which he considers rightfully, Russia's domain. So I believe there will be a huge amount of posturing, saber rattling, pushing, nudging, quite possibly even shots fired around the spring. But ultimately, I think, and I certainly hope, that diplomacy will prevail because Saturn is the stronger of the two in this Graha Yuddha. Now, it's interesting that Putin, and when he was born, both Mars and Saturn were Atichara, moving very fast in his horoscope as well too, which makes those planets quite potent for him and makes their war within his fourth house, his sense of national pride, happiness, based upon, the extent of the Russian dominion. This is a serious proposition for him where he has to look strong in the eyes of his people and in the eyes of the world. So I think it's going to be, a very, very dicey affair, although I do believe that the war will be avoided. Some limited conflict, and I wouldn't be surprised if shots are fired, people die, et cetera, borders crossed and all the rest of that. But the great threat of sanctions, I hope, will prevail in this instance. There's a lot of commonalities with this particular snapshot, this sort of event chart with Graha Yuddha and Vladimir Putin's chart as well too. But I don't want to take more time in looking at that. People can refer to my website, get the time that I used for Putin's chart, and it's easy to reconstruct the event chart for Graha Yuddha, this particular one in the spring. The only other thing I want to do is go back very briefly to this event in late October. Now, any American will know that, the midterm elections happen in the first week of November. And this is fraught with some uncertainty as well, too, because, there's a whole move afoot, at a grassroots level to have people influencing elections, very much at the local jurisdiction and state level, et cetera. And I'm worried that, Mars, which represents, the Kshatriya class, the administration class, the government itself, is at this sort of standstill in some regard. And Saturn, which is, partly about, governance and protocol and fairness, basically, for the sake of the future, that is also at a bit of a standstill as well, too. So I think this is a very fragile point in America's history, partly as a consequence of the inflection points of these two planets, pretty much stationary direct or stationary retrograde right around the same time, just a week before the American election. So it remains to be seen what happens there. I'm worried about that too, but I'm more worried about the spring planetary war as well too that's shaping up. But hopefully diplomacy will prevail, and I'm going to continue to hope for that. All right, I wanted to keep my time brief in order to allow Eve to get on with her presentation as well too. It's tough being at the end of these.
Allan, thank you so much for your elaboration on Gati and the outer planets. Extremely enlightening. The power of speed, and as always, deeply appreciative of your analogies that kind of help us understand these things on a level where we can really integrate. The two fighters that are battling out, and no one really wins, even though someone might technically come out on top. just really powerful symbolism for us to take away with us. Do any of the panelists want to comment on Allan's elaboration? Okay, so thank you, Allan G. It's such a pleasure to have you. And,
you're welcome, my pleasure.
And the always beautiful and lovely Eve Mendoza will be discussing Ketu's transit. Oh, did I unmute you? Okay.
It's okay.
Excellent.
Sorry. I'm a little speechless. I don't know what to say after everyone's lovely and precise presentations. So many details, and I'm just really honored to be here. I'm going to open with just sinking down out of the detail. And I'd like us just to have a little gravity because of Sri Ketu, who is a master at Stambhana. He can take away speech like anything because he's the hardest to read. And so let me just start with Om Gang Ganapate Nama, Om Aim Saraswatye Nama, Om Ketave Nama. And may I just say, for all of you, I pray that my ignorance does not affect you. I pray that you are safe from my ignorance and my poisons, and that you only receive of the clarity of Ketu Graha, because after all these years, I really know how ignorant I am. That is not modesty. So I start with Ganapati because, and my presentations are never very, bear with me because everything's here. I think I could just speak, and that's honestly more natural to me. So I try to put some things down. But I just wanted to honor Saraswati first, and may she sit on my tongue. And I wanted to mention just in the Navgraha Kavach, to have a relationship with these grahas, sometimes I think we really need to understand who they are. First and foremost, no speculation, no getting a book and just saying all of these things. I really loved Allan's attention drawing us back to the stars and the sky and the Shakti, the prana Shakti that comes in that moment of union. And Vishti ji, when I signed on and I heard you talking about Devi, I just, Devi Mahatmyam is all about this. It's Gupta Gyan, right? It's hidden, it's concealed, but it's elaborating on the power of the three gunas. And the story is really profound for all of us. And in the beginning of Parashara, it mentions that Lord Vishnu does this activity with three Shaktis. And we forget those Shaktis and they make the gunas, or the grahas grip us through this. So these Krura grahas, or the malefics, as we call them, they really are awakeners. And in the first section of Devi Mahatmyam, we hear about Vishnu having to wake up. It's the Tantroktam Devi Suktam, Ratri Suktam, and it's Mahakali, and it's the Tamaguna portion. We vilify Tamaguna, we vilify these malefics, and we produce a lot of fear. And there are awakeners. So I just want to approach them with devotion. Ketu is asked to protect our feet. How often do we even hear that Rahu is asked to protect our tongue? We speak about him like he's some evil liar, and yet he is such a divine, high energy. So we ask Rahu to protect our tongue for many reasons. He's going to make us say something stupid. I mean, that's on a very human level, but on a higher level, he's mantra shastra. He's very, these are divine nagas. So may Ketu protect my feet. That's critical. My feet. When we bow to the Guru, the highest part of the body is the feet. And I think because of this, then if we understand that Ketu is the feet, not the head, if he's the body, where is he going? What is he going to do becomes a little more easy to understand. And his urge to empty our closet so that we can become light. We're going to get there because I want to talk about world events that happen without politicizing. I don't have any opinions. I could be a Rakshasa, I could be a Deva, I could be a human. It is not my business what I am. And I cannot get involved in those things. But I can talk about those things from the angle that the rishis have given us. And every time Ketu has gone into Tula Rashi, very interesting things happen. So I know we're running short on time, but I need to bring the moon here for a minute. And it's something I find myself repetitively saying. A lot of us as Jyotishis, we approach the moon and we say feelings, personality, this, that, but actually it's called Janma Nakshatra, Janma, birth, the business of birth. Did you choose your parents? Is that your feelings? Boy, the moon has a grip on you. When you wake up and the movie of life starts playing, that's moon. Waking, dreaming, sleeping, that's moon. Moon is got you, got me. Moon has got us. It's not just, oh, I feel this way 1 minute. And these nodes work with the moon very intimately. Actually, Surya and Chandra, but let's just stay with Janma, because how can we even perceive Surya? How can we even perceive Atma? So eclipse, we have all these impressions coming in front of our face, images all day. We wake up and the movie starts. We're all eclipsed. Yet we have the arrogance to speak about Rahu and Ketu as if they're demonic, but we are constantly having their movie play, constantly. Rahu may be a plus sign, Ketu may be a minus sign, but that's hard to understand because the moon is increase, decrease, and it's either reducing your sanskars, your imprints, or increasing them for further births. Whatever that increase and decrease is doing, we have so little perception of it. And many of the things we think that are lightening our burden oftentimes are adding. So when Ketu goes somewhere, he is actually interested in liberation. But this is also one of those things, guys, that I just beg you in my humility, be protected from my ignorance by all means. That is very subtle because it does seem like he's adding things. And one of the sides of liberation becomes escapism. Okay, so escapism, he's a natural lord of the 8th house. And Rishi Parashara says we can't even do Jyotish without the 8th house. He mentions that fate is seen to the 8th house, another vilified thing, Vrishchika Rashi, which you will see so many great Jyotishis with Vrishchika. This is that Ketu element of seeing that subtle energy, these subtle imprints that no one can see. Because Ketu was said to be born in the beginning in Chitra Nakshatra, the architect. The architect. So it's very special actually when Ketu goes into Libra, but we have to ask what's going to happen. So the nakshatras are more of where it's going to be defined, but let's just look at Tula Rashi really quick. Most of you know what it is. If you study Jyotish, natural seventh house, all of these things, I would even say from a subtle point of view, it could perhaps be even the natural lagna for a female. Okay. Female reproductive system looks very much like Mesha. Bharani being the womb there. And the reversal of Ucha points, Shani being in the head of the female, Surya being in the head of the male, vice versa. There's an interesting thing that is happening here. This is the book of Eve. You can toss it. I'm probably stupid, but I have seen a lot of evidence of this. So Tula Rashi is perhaps a Rashi of Devi. And from Tula Rashi, we have the Muladhara for Shakti, which is going to become Mesha. And Rahu will be there. Okay, so what is going on here with Ketu? This is contracts. This is exchange. When we talk about divine love, we're talking about Jupiter, most of Brihaspati. I don't know if we realize that, but Brihaspati gives without asking. Real Brihaspati won't ask, and that's real love. But the kind of love that requires an exchange, even if it's good love, like really honest love, a contract of marriage or a contract of treaties between nations, harmony, peace, all of those things, that is Tula Rashi. It is an agreement. And we can see this in the Lord of this Rashi, Shukracharya, who was very upset, and rightly so, at his guru for not choosing him as the lineage leader. But perhaps his guru was seeing his character, because he might have been right. He might have been more qualified than Brihaspati through book knowledge, through Shastra, through everything. But his character was showing that he was wanting that exchange. He was wanting that acknowledgement. Character is more important than information. So Shukra has a little bit of a vengeful nature. Guys, I know Shukra is spoken of as peaceful and harmonious and Jala Tattva. He is Jala, absolutely. But he's spoken of in this way, this like beauty and all these things. But all of the revolutionaries of the past, you look at almost every single one of them, Tula Rashi. So this is a huge deal, with Ketu going through here, because it will ask big questions about what are you saying yes to? What are we saying yes to? What are we shaking the hand on? What is going to be agreed upon? Now, when I looked back just quickly, Chernobyl happened. The Challenger explosion happened. There were numerous Black Mondays within this. There was once where we actually had a boom of technology. We always have booms of technology, actually, when Ketu goes through Tula Rashi being very civilized. It's a very civilized Rashi. It's very civilized. It's got eloquence, it is, once again, all the traits of Shukracharya, if you just read the stories, you're going to see them embodied in this Rashi. And don't take him to be some very gentle being. He is, this guy is powerful and he's determined. And he really does seek a sense of just balance point out of extracting justice. All of his stories have to do with this extracting justice. So when people say that Tula Rashi people are balanced, it's probably more accurate to say this Rashi needs balance and it needs measurement. Jala is that which we do not want to waste because our longevity will go. So Shani's Ucha here in the heart, where prana is Vayu. He's Ucha here. He measures everything, measured speech. Speech is a form of procreation. We have numerous Brahmas in our body. So speech is like the orgasm that goes and wastes energy too, or creates a baby. It's the same thing in a different way. Manas too, mind, thinking, and all of this. So Shani goes in this seat of Vayu and he starts measuring for Ayush, for long life, for longevity. Surya goes here and burns it up. So Surya is not weak. That's the wrong way to understand Nietzsche. He's eating it. Surya loves to consume, and he's quick. He's not patient. Surya is not patient. Shani's patient. Shani likes to sleep. Everyone thinks he's a taskmaster or something. The guy he's actually trying to move at a very steady pace. Surya will burn it all up. Surya is said to be born in Vishaka Nakshatra, actually. So sometimes we're just looking at balance here with these Ucha Nichas, because when you get too much of one element, you get a dosh. Okay, so with Ketu going here, it's going to make us, I want to give you guys some hints at what I've observed. Once again, be protected from my ignorance, but do check this out. Watch the dispositor, watch Shukra, watch his position from Ketu, when he goes 12th from Ketu, when he goes over Ketu, and when he goes second from Ketu. Watch Chandra. Watch Chandra's interaction with Ketu. And it's going to be different from Krishna Paksh to Shukla Paksh. And those of you who know Panchangam well, there's other things you can look at that are just the transits of the nodes heavily affected by the moon. So you get all these Black Mondays. Black Tuesday is a Vara thing. And a lot of times you'll start seeing secrets if you pay attention to where the nodes are, you pay attention to their just dispositors, and you pay attention to Chandra. It's going to show you a lot. So we're going to probably have increases in technology of some sort during this cycle. We had like Nintendo come out, okay? We had Nintendo come out during this. We've had the Polaroid camera come out during this. Also, Ketu being a minimizer and being in Libra, the civilized sign, bikinis came out. Women, wearing less clothes. Is kind of an interesting thing to observe societal trends from this angle, because it's affecting this mass movement of consciousness. So things that help us escape and get temporary liberation are often put forward when Ketu goes through signs of Shukra, especially images, okay? So I just have here from the Skanda Puran something really intimate about Ketu Graha. Of course, we know he comes from Jaimini's lineage, which puts emphasis on the cryptic details and the hidden things about the Rashi that he's transiting through and the Nakshatras. Jaimini makes it very clear in his Purva Mimamsa that you will not understand anything he says unless you understand being a priest. And what he means by the priesthood is not probably what we understand now. What they valued is very different. And he even says that when he mentions Agni, he's referring to 4 different things, and we have to know what that is. So Ketu going into Tula is going to bring this very fine pointed detail into Tula Rashi when it comes to civilization. Civilization is always getting some kind of, they're seeking to go high, but there's actually a lot of weirdness in that seeking to go high and volatility. There were riots many times that Ketu has gone through. Israel is heavily affected. Israel has been at the scene almost every time Ketu's been in Tula Rashi. Oddly, Russia and Ukraine have been. I mean, it's interesting. You just go back, look for yourself. These are things you can easily find, so I won't waste the time on that. But every time he hits this point, there are key markers that seem to be happening. So we do seem to have a few strange disasters, okay? But we also seem to have a few pushes in civilized technology. Ketu rules the ruling class as well, you guys. Like I hear a lot of things about Ketu being spiritual and all of this, but we have to understand what that means. I kind of want to guide us through that. And then I want you guys to put plus Tula Rashi. This is what this nakshatra is. Like in this slide here, where I had just these little bitty words for the nakshatras, okay? You don't even need a lot. You don't even need a lot. Trust your knowledge. And then when you think of who Ketu is, just add it to that. Remember, the entire tree is within the seed, the bija. Ketu may be a little thing, but he's the image that is perpetually in front of us. He is that which is to be liberated. To be born into the royal class, in a way, is to be taken out of the hub of the workforce and all that, and to be liberated from the common person. So Ketu represents all these different forms of liberation, even the lower ones, like escapism. So here it also mentions that he's the one that destroys the illness from Vish. So when we're speaking of, Ketu, remember that when they can heal something, they also give that. That means he's quite poisonous too. I mean, you can see this through Vrishchika. It's probably the most potent potential of Shakti in the entire zodiac. And because of that, that potential for poison or medicine there is immense. But Ketu has a lot of that. Now, he is said to trouble Bhaga. And this has a few meanings. It has a few meanings. His transit, and I'm talking about his transit, not in a Rashi chart, as I feel like as Jyotishis and students, we've become really obsessed with personality analysis. And honestly, mostly your Lagna and your Lagna Lord belongs to you, and the rest of it's going to happen to you. So get ready. It doesn't, you have no power. Just be in your heart. Be brave. You've got your Lagna Lord. Just try your best with that thing. The rest of it is going to just unfold. And the Greek focus on the body and the personality and all of that has stripped the rich spiritual depth of Jyotish. In my personal opinion, you guys can hate me for that, but these rishis did not seem so focused on your personality. They didn't seem, they were reading omens for the kingdom. They were thinking about everyone. When are they going to spend time on thinking, oh, I'm going to behave this way? They'd say some of that stuff, but really it's something that's bigger than all of us, and it's affecting all of us, right? So when it said that Ketu troubles Bhaga in transit, his transit can be very severe, like his transit through the second house, okay? Those of you that are going to have that, be careful. Don't be wasting resources. He does tend to have this minimizing effect. He does, but he can also grant a lot. And so we'll get there. I mean, those of you who've studied for a while. So I just want to go through his associations really fast. So Vigneshwara, Ganapati, twice born, Vijnana Raja, okay? So to be twice born, this is his more spiritual side, which we're not talking about today, but I just have to honor that. Matsya Avatar. Ketu is present at the beginning as much as the end. Ketu keeps the Gotra going. It said that Mars is also a Gotrapati, and Ketu and Mars have this kind of weird relationship. But Matsya Avatar is the one that rescued the Manus. He's rescued the rishis. He preserved the human race. Okay, so Ketu has a lot of this kind of bizarre things with genetics, actually. Chitragupta, and all of you, Vishti Ji was speaking about Devi and the celebrations around her, and we also celebrate Chitragupta at that time. And this is the architecture of the karma. The seed has grown into a tree, and we eat the karma palam, which is delivered to us through dashas. The dashapati is always feeding us our karma palam. So Ketu is he's a big mystery here. He's Shukra Mitra. He keeps the lineage going. People will ask me, okay, will Ketu deny children? He can in some places. He really can. But this is, once again, something we're not understanding. He also grants children. He also grants a family. He works with Shukra. Shukra is the graha of transport, right? So then that's the fluid. And the code inside of that is Ketu. So Ketu is what needs to be liberated. And he helps us pay our debt by keeping our lineage with the Pitris. As a Vimshotri Dasha, you know, he rules Magha Nakshatra. We have to be careful with these Nakshatra lords, because what happens is they change per Nakshatra Dasha. And I don't hear enough people mentioning that. Ashtotri, for instance, Moon rules Magha. Okay. So if Ashtotri applies to you, you need to be looking at Moon for this. But because Parashar says that Vimshotri applies to all of us, those Dashapatis are very important. And Ketu does deal with that second part of the Gandanta point through the Nakshatras and Vimshotri Dasha. He deals with that second part. Mercury is all the turbulence, like the deluge, the storms. If you watch Mercury, you can predict earthquakes, horrible disasters, things like that. Mercury's often involved. And Ketu is keeping that genetic code going. So all of Ketu's nakshatras are actually Brahma Trimurti activity. Each Rashi has a Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva Trimurti activity. So all of Ketu's nakshatras are Brahma Trimurti. So we should remember that. When we use language loosely, as if he's a liberator, it's important to understand what that may mean, okay? Because the form of Durga that's even associated with Sri Ketu is linked with siddhis. So if Ketu's job is to clean your closet, if his job is to liberate you, then you may have asked for some previous boon. You know, look at Draupadi. She asked for an impossible man, is what it says in the Mahabharata. It could not be, the qualities could not be in one man. So she gets 5. The boon, Ketu, the siddhi, that attainment, she had that attainment, it had to be granted. He was actually minimizing her closet, but it looks apparently like she's gaining, but he was minimizing. Okay, so this is that's how careful we need to be with Ketu, that he's always going to minimize or restrict. Same thing with Shani. These guys, according to the karma palam, they do their job, and it sometimes appears like an increase. So what I would like you guys to watch, and I just have these are how I make my notes. Please ignore. I'm not good at this, amongst my many faults. These are times I want you to watch Shukra's transit, because he's going to be the dispositor of Ketu. And because they have a portion of their work that agrees, they are very different. They do not always help each other. But in this instant, because they do have a portion of their job that agrees, which is to perpetuate civilization in some way. Now, that can also be through destruction. This period to me looks very strange. And every single panelist has said it, and I had it in bold. This period to me looks very weird, specifically for the US. I kind of keep some things private about nakshatras, but I'll just say that this whole area of October, I just want you to pay attention. And pay attention to when Chandra, where Chandra is, Tithi, and the Vara, where your location is, all of those things. Pay attention when Ketu changes nakshatra. Just pay attention. If you're learning Jyotish, start watching this, because we're in a living universe. It's not dead. It's not a computer screen. It's breathing through you. It's yoked your prana. Your prana is yoked to it. And the yoga shakti that we have with these grahas, the strings will get pulled. You know, it's no use to even, it's like, you know, fighting the weather. It's like, why even complain if it's snowing? Just dress for it. Have the humility to dress for it. So watch Chandra go through these transitions with Ketu. Any of you can take a screenshot. I apologize that it does not look more clear. if it, you know, but there's some fascinating things that you guys, I just have some notes here in case we're going to send you guys the presentation. I don't know what you're going to do with the presentations, but I have some notes that people can just read. What I would love to do is open up for questions about the nakshatras, because to speak about what Ketu will do in the nakshatras is rather ignorant. You cannot do that in 5 minutes, because what's going to happen is he's going to go through pada. There's numerous things he's going to do. The other thing is that dashapati from the moon, that is always determining some subtle change. So you can go through a panchangam and pick out these really bad days, like go back and look at these disasters, go back and look at big good events. And what you're going to see is the moon is almost always the guaranteed factor when an event's going to happen. It's not the slow moving guys. It's who's in front of the moon, who's behind the moon, who's associated with the moon. The moon's like this clock, this hand that goes through and it sets things off. And this is why these eclipse points, these Kalasarp yogas, when the moon does break them, when the moon goes back over eclipse points, all of that. So for this, to really understand it, what you're going to want to watch is Chandra's change at the moment. It's like a Prashna chart in a way, if you want to say. It's an imprint. Chandra's change at the moment that Ketu enters a new nakshatra. And depending on whether you use real or the mean or true node, all of that, you know, I don't get into calculations with people. You know, you're going to get some different dates. So guys, that was my very humble, short coverage of speculation. If you have direct questions for me, please feel free. I think I do better in exchange than just talking at you.
Eve, I'm quite speechless. Just totally appreciate the authenticity and integrity. And in the comments, everyone's just totally moved. Just absolutely lovely. Anyone from the panel want to comment? I think we're all a little speechless, huh? So I just want to thank everyone for tapping in with us today and joining me. This has been such a pleasure to have this summit with all of you. I'd like to thank everyone individually: Allan Annand, Visti Larsen, Narasimha Rao, Dr. Foss, and Vanita Lenka, who it's late in India, so she had to go, but she was very happy to be here. I just would like to do a quick prayer in this time of turbulence and transformation and change. I just would like to do a quick concluding prayer supporting peace. So if you would all like to join me. Sahanau vavatu, sahanau bunaktu, sahaviryam karavavahe, teyasvinavaditamastu, ma vidvashavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om. Thank you all to the panelists, to our blessed Jyotish community. Just to quickly throw that out there, we have another exciting summit planned. That's going to be February 11th. It's going to be a Jyotish Dasha Summit. Eve and Visti will be there, along with Sam Jeppy, Freedom Cole, and Dr. Arjun Pai. Many of the panelists here will be joining as well for some April and May summits that I'll be getting out invitations to soon. This will be published on various socials, including YouTube and Facebook, as well as many of the panelists' channels as well in the coming days. So thank you all so much. Howdy.